What's up, everybody? If you are joining us yet again for another live stream of the Inside Post. Luckily, we got 8 days straight of the Keeneland meet to kick off. We had pretty good meet, or pretty good day yesterday for Monday, just giving out some picks. Now, on Tuesday, we have the Bluegrass Stakes. So like all of our lives, we'll go through the field, look at some really good horses all day today. And then, obviously, the highlight of the card probably being the grade stakes races at the end. With, I believe we have like 5 of them on the card, 2 grade ones. So looking to cash in on some big racing for the day. So we're going to kick it off on this Maiden, 7 furlongs on the dirt. 4 3-year-olds. The track looks fabulous. It looks like it's dried out quite a bit from all the rain that we've received here. Southern Indiana, Northern Kentucky. So should be fast today, and what a baby race we have basically for horses that have yet to break their maiden. We got an early favorite in here. Camp Hale looks really good for Ian Wilkes, Brian Hernandez. Will be cutting back in distance, going a mile and 16th, past 2 times out. Comes out of that Sam F. Davis also for a Derby prep. So comes in here with a little bit of class relief. To try to pick up a win, and rightfully so, getting 8-5 on this horse. But I think there's some value elsewhere. 3, Playa Delmar, Wilmot, Irad Ortiz has 1 start, but was in the $32,000 level. So a little bit lower level maiden that this one has ran in. But we're currently at 9-2. Not a whole lot of money going elsewhere on this Godolphin-owned horse. But got to respect the connections, got to respect the sire. Buy into mischief. So as a first time runner or second time runner, this one looks pretty live on the board as well. Further down, we got some long shots. Number 7, Steez. We know what the Vekoma babies have been able to do, and this one checks that box for a speedster for sure, especially going 7 furlongs. Gets the hard rider Jose Ortiz for the first time, making the first start. Again, Vekomas have been firing, and they've been running out of their minds, it seems like. So, trained by Riley Mott. Pin Oak Stable is the owner in here. Really good workout. Last time out, March 29th. I believe that was like the Palmettos training track. So this one definitely should run pretty big. Number 8. Another one. Buy into Mischief. This one is Winstar Farms and CHC Incorporated. Brad Cox, Flevion Pratt. Give it a go yet again. Kind of disappointing in the $100,000 maiden that this one made its first start in way back in July. So we should see a little bit better running in there. Getting 2-1 on this one. $1.2 million purchase. Definitely is going to have to live up to the expectations of that big purchase price. Workouts back in March 9th, March 16th looked pretty good. And then just kind of had some that were okay, almost like warm-up, tune-up types. So I think this one is definitely live. Got to respect the Vekoma baby. And the 2 and the 3 on the inside look to be strong contenders as well. Now, obviously, we want to price. This is a very unexpected race for, non-winners or some horses that are coming in off of a start. Colshad, a third last time out, an $80,000 claimer or maiden, not too bad at Turfway Park. With some decent speed figures. The 6 is probably a toss, having run a ton of times. Mo Work and Shepherd to the outside. Mo Work, another one that's coming in. First time start for George Arnold. Hits at a pretty good clip, 14%, paying almost $3. So take it as you would. Probably going to be a really good race with a lot of tough horses in here, especially the lower price ones that are taking a lot of money. But if you're trying to throw in a long shot, the 1 or the 4 may be the ones to try to take a stab at and use underneath. I don't know. You have to bring it here. So we'll get over to the actual card. We have about 5 minutes to go. Like I said, pretty, not necessarily open race, but a really good race for sure. Okay.
Who are you fighting?
When?
Who are you fighting?
Nobody. We're getting ready to watch some horses.
You and me?
Do you want to watch horses?
Where?
Right here on the screen.
Nah.
Nah? Okay. Oh,
But
I didn't go.
It's not good in here because I'm going to blow that out.
No, leave it be.
It's not as good in modern.
Does it?
Yeah.
You got a horse picked out? Purple.
Get the lighter.
No, I'm not getting the lighter.
No, mine is not.
There you go, bud.
Mine doesn't. Not.
Alright.
Don't have any candles.
Alright, this will start a big pick 5. So far, the pool, $340,000 if you're a pick 5 or multi-race wagerer. As we can see, kind of on the galloping right now. The 3 kind of going alone, the 2 and the 8. Looks like the 8's alone and the 2's kind of with the outriders still, and so is the 1. 3 looks really good. Got that little bounce. The 1 I obviously left off.
He just jumped down.
It's fine. You don't need to go to the ship.
I do.
For what?
To find our Vader.
I don't know where he's at.
Well, I want to find a planet I want. I want to find
Okay. So I'm sure the 3 will be the one that kind of... Which one?
Planet.
No, just pick one.
Here, that's where it's on. We're going to die.
At least we get a nice sunny day at Keeneland. Like I said, ton of rain over basically all last week, over the weekend. Mass flooding throughout southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, basically off of the Ohio. So they got the track looking really good for this stakes race. I believe all of them should be off on the turf because they saved it as much as they could for today's card rather than yesterday's card. 8 straight days of Keeneland, basically, Monday to Sunday. Or 6 straight days. 7 maybe. So definitely an odd start to the meet. So we'll get her going. Try to win some money. If you're new to the channel, just leave us a like. Give us a shout out on the comment side. Hit that subscribe button. I know it's so early on a Monday or Tuesday. We got people working. Maybe you're just popping in and out. Got about a minute left. So make sure you get your bets in. Really good maiden race. The 2 and the 8 right now, but kind of the 1 and the 2 basically for the favorites in here. 8-5 on number 2, and Invictus number 8, 9-5.
Keeneland's first race, the Manchester start of the early pick 5.
This pick 5 pool may get to 500,000. Bring it here. Like I said, we like the value of number 7 right now. Vacoma babies have been firing when they're sprinting, so we're hoping that this one is like his siblings and is able to sprint fast early.
Is it not going to take long?
Yeah, there you go. Kind of the money went away from the 3 as well. That horse was like 4-1, 5-2. Not seeing a whole lot on that one either. But that one could easily run big, be very, very sneaky. A lot of, I guess, kind of late play in here would be this 10 horse. Kind of taking some money late. I think it's Shepherd, I believe is what that one is. So that one's kind of interesting here as they kind of get into the gate.
Invictus goes in along with Call Shad. Here's Mo Work coming forward. Socket to Me goes into line.
All right. First race of Tuesday, folks. Here we go. Keeneland. What a day. Should be a big day. Good luck, everybody.
And they're off. There's Campale, Playa del Mar, Invictus far outside. These three come forward in the opening strides. Campale moves up to challenge Invictus for the lead. Playa del Mar backs away into the fourth position. Mo Work moves by to the far outside.
Wow.
Third. Ship Hooray moves
Cooking.
inside fourth.
Cooking.
Playa del Mar between horses center pack now in fifth. Call Shad is sixth. Tries to find an opening down toward the rail. Socket to Me comes next in between horses, joined by Sergeant Caps to the far outside. 8 more lengths back to Stees and Shepherd next to last and last respectively. 22.43 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Onto the far turn. Ship Hooray leads at a length and a half. Campale second a length. Invictus is third. Playa del Mar is fourth. Mo Work is a wide fifth. 5 lengths from the front. Now taking fourth, has more.
Here they come.
From there. Here's Campale trying to take aim on Ship Hooray. These two separated by less than a length for the lead. Quarter mile to go. Then a gap of 3 lengths. Invictus is third. Campale to the outside to challenge and to put ahead in front as Ship Hooray is still there, but now second to the inside. Then Invictus in third, still 3 lengths away.
Kind of still.
And then Playa del Mar on the outside. Stees is 6 back.
I think that's a 7 coming late. Can't tell.
Ship Hooray to the inside. Invictus
Gonna be close.
to the outside. Invictus hits another gear. It is Invictus for Flag
Wow.
Pratt kicking on to win the opener.
That'd be a good one.
Second. And then
We'll take the trifecta to start today. Kind of had it in the wrong order, though. As it was 2-8-1, or 8-2-1. 7 just, I don't know, got buried. Man, that 8 looked good, though. Shot out like a cannon. Once I kind of got into the stretch ride. What a job. Right here, they were almost... Thought it was going to be the 2.
Invictus, your eventual winner, was headed in the wrong direction. We saw the 1 Ship Hooray make a bit of an early move, and Campale was kind of caught in between it all.
Had to go way outside.
Ship Hooray fades to
Great race by that 8 horse, though.
Invictus back, reignited.
Just stride after stride. Looked really good. Put that one in your barns, folks. That one's going to be a good one going forward. Definitely a good one going forward. Definitely looked good. Got the second betting choice, rightfully so. Just a phenomenal horse for Brad Cox. Just kind of odd coming out of a $100,000 stakes race. 7th last time out. Still getting a lot of money. Big purchase price, though. Definitely had to back that up. And rightfully so did. Looks to be a good one for the sprint division. Just kind of a, the 3 was kind of running late. The 7 running late. Did not expect that from the 7 to kind of come out pretty much dead last with the 10. I really thought those two would have a little, or the 7 would have a lot more early speed on. That kind of ran into some trouble, but he did come up, closed pretty good. I believe he got 4th. Just kind of had the wrong one in there. The 1 ran big for sure, especially coming off of not being on the pace. I guess you could say it was maybe the inside post. Definitely helped the 1 out there to get him up. So we'll see what the pay looks like. Probably nothing crazy because we did have the two favorites over a pretty good long shot, though. I think it was like the fourth, maybe third highest shot on the board, but we'll take it to start off race one. Maybe $30, maybe a little bit more. It's kind of hard to read these trifectas sometimes. Betting the 3, win, place, or show. Race 2. Who we got there? The 3 horse. Kick and Clear. Love the name. Comes from Turfway Park. Love it. Really good workouts, too. We'll have to keep that one quiet, James, so nobody kind of puts a bunch of money on it. Yeah, that's what I figured. $18 trifecta, that kind of stunk. Needed that one to hang on a little bit more, at least to get second, to kind of make that one a little bit better. But a win's a win, I guess. Race 2. One taking some early money. Started, well, I guess it's not really taking money, but should be close to being one of the favorites in here. Mark Cass, Jose Ortiz, Iron Horse Racing by Authentic. I think we have another Maiden. I think it's what this is. Yeah. So we're going a mile and an eighth now on the turf for Maiden, so non-winners. Going to be a long one for basically a lot of young ones for sure. Tomasello looks to be an early pace type horse. Let's see if we have any other early speeds to kind of go with closers. Maybe the 11 and the 12 could be our other two speed horses in here. Not a whole lot of speed on the front end. So that could be dangerous. That means we could either get a horse that could go wire, or we can just have a whole bunch of horses running late. The 10, absolutely no respect. 50 to 1, projected 102 to 1. Just nothing in its past two starts. 11th and 10th. Can basically throw a toss to that horse. The 11, Bermuda Triangle. Second in his maiden. The winner of that maiden was Final Gambit. If you know the name, the horse was the winner of the Jeff Ruby Stakes and is on the Kentucky Derby Trail. So Bermuda Triangle maybe has a little bit of class edge over some of these other horses.
Dad.
So
There's no more.
why?
I'm trying to look for some bad guys.
This open?
No. That's our shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sometimes you cannot jump here.
Oh.
Do not go down there because that's really deep far.
I'm just going to walk around like this way. There's one right there.
Huh?
There's two guys right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Chad Brown has one in here that's really good coming for... Chad Brown has one coming in here from off the pace. Van Ginkel. Number 7. Number 9, Brad Cox has one. Fateful Lightning. That seems to be the the favorite right now. I think that's the only horse that really has any past experience running on the turf besides the one. A lot of these other horses coming from synthetic, or making their first start, or even coming from dirt. So the 9 kind of has the advantage over the, I guess, the type of track that it's been running on. Did go 1 mile and 1/8 down at Gulfstream Park. Ran second in there behind a horse named Bulldoze. So this one looks good too. This one's kind of on the pedigree side. The sire being by Tappet, but the dam side has some Ghost Zapper, so I guess it could either go either way, being the turf or the dirt for Brad Cox and Luis Saez. What was that, a $70,000? Nomo Moolah, Rudolph Brissett and Irad Ortiz. That's a cool name right there. But $80,000, 6 furlongs, Turfway Park, nothing to show for it. Was finishing a disappointing 8th. Trailed at the start. Maybe that we see this one kind of be a pace player in here. Maybe the horse wants to get out early. Kind of going to be tough from the 6 hole, obviously, but kind of take note. If the 6 gets out early, it's because they got Irad Ortiz aboard, and he's going to try to steal this race. Four's taking some money from Mark Cass, Luan Machado. By Constitution, 5 starts, so a lot of starts for this horse. Did run in the Grade 1 Summer Stakes back at Woodbine on the turf. They did go 1 mile, so it will be going a little further, but does have some experience and pretty decent speed figures that should definitely help this horse out.
Any more bad guy?
Oh, we're going to find them. Yeah, you just got to keep going.
Huh?
Yeah, they're over here. You got to keep going.
Oh.
See, there's a whole bunch of them right there. 3 Kicking Clear. This is the one that James likes. Going one place show. Brendan Walsh, Edgar Morales, owned by Calumet Farms, by Keen Ice, out of Keeneland. And the dam has a little bit of Tiki Charm with AP Indy. Currently 32-1. Not getting any respect whatsoever. 4 starts. Comes from Turfway Park, all being on the synthetic. Will go back to 1 mile. I think we're at 1 mile and a 16th. Or nope, 1 mile and an 1/8. This is a great angle to play horses on the stretch out. And horses going from that synthetic to turf, especially Turfway Park to turf. Could be a really good angle in here at a huge price for basically a race that looks wide open. 2 Meritorious, Riley Mott, Jamie Torres, Jaime Torres. Again, getting a little bit of play, but not a lot compared to the 2 favorites right now. $70K is where this one comes out of, making its 2nd start for Riley Mott. Looks good on the number. 2nd time start, paying $3.87 for the trainer. First time on the turf, paying $3 for the trainer. Dirt to turf, $6. So there's some numbers here for the statistics side. Keep going this way, and you'll find more.
I cannot.
So if you're playing a trainer angle with all the stats, Riley Mott right now on the 2 looks to be kind of a better's advantage. Or there's at least a little bit of value there. Number 1, Tomasello. This was the other one. Another one that's been in the $70K level. 2 second places, so does have some consistency. We'll get Jose Ortiz on the mount. So this one could be very sneaky as well. Does come from turf and will go back, stretching out to over 1 mile. Definitely a good race. Let's see.
that's not good. You're not gonna run with that candle out.
No, it's fine.
Huh?
It's fine.
Huh?
Look.
Ooh.
See?
Gazelle.
There you go. Well, definitely this one's tough. From the trying to figure out the pace, like I said, I think it was the 11, 12, and 1 all could have some early speed or show early speed. Other than that, everybody else kind of is some closing type. I mean, the 9 definitely is going to be a closer, and the 7 going to be a closer. The 6 is the one that I'm kind of stuck on right now of what they're going to do. Trail to start, it seemed like it just did not fire that day. I think it was 12-1, so kind of getting that same value right now. But I think with Irado Ortiz, there's going to be definitely a factor on this 6 horse. Whether they're going to go out early, maybe try to change up the tactics and try to get to the lead and set, an early pace or try to press the pace. Definitely going to be one that has a big question mark. Look, then just push this in. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you went out that's the door that you just came in. Hear me?
Yeah.
So you need to turn around.
You need to find me some more stormtroopers.
Okay.
So here you go. Find me some more stormtroopers.
I hear you. You're just gonna have to walk around and look.
I did not find none. I did not find none.
See? Walk around. All right. I think we're going to go a little crazy. Possibly number 2 going to be our top pick in here. The 12 and the 11 on the outside. The post is tough because I know they both want to get out early, and I think they're just going to run into some trouble. The 9 and the 7 obviously look good. And the 6, still keep coming back to that 6 is a big question mark of what to use and what to do with it. Process of elimination, I guess. Got to start eliminating some of these horses. Let's see what they look like. Between our selections, going to probably leave off the 1 horse. There's your 3, James. Looks good. Why don't you go play the iPad?
No. I'm gonna get all the stormtroopers and everything.
Because you keep going the same way.
That's what I do. And I know there's some more stormtroopers on them lights. That you're gonna fall. See any? How will we get down there if you see any Roger Rogers or Skies?
I don't know.
You got something there.
Okay.
You might need to pop it. It's pinball.
Okay, thank you.
But they have one of squirts in them.
Okay, here. Go that way. See what you can find. Well, 2 looks kind of skinny. I don't know if that's good or bad. Maybe just because it's making its first start, or second start, it just isn't conditioned. What's up, Egg? Welcome back on a Tuesday.
I cannot find nothing. I cannot find nothing. I cannot find nothing.
Okay, then we're gonna turn it off.
No.
Then you gotta go try, buddy. You went the wrong way again.
There's no more doors.
Not that I see.
How do I find stormtroopers?
Turning on a Tuesday, yep. We're basically flooded where we live, so they closed our school down where I teach at, so basically get to bed horses all day. Your Florida money. Like, yeah. What a better place to spend it than Keeneland, right? All right, we're taking a shot against the 1 and the 9 in here. Still going to use the 9, but going to try with these 2 outsider horses, the 12 and the 11. Just got to get set up good. It's going to be tough to get out.
Did not even find anything.
What is it? The 7 is kind of a big question mark.
Dad, I'm hungry.
In a minute.
Then can I go get a snack?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of one I'm going to get?
What do you want?
I don't know.
Let's go get you some fruit snacks, and I'll fly you away.
Sure.
Okay. I know. Just go get you some.
Go to the red one, okay?
Yep. Shoot. All right. Getting close, about 5 minutes. So we'll go to the big screen here. Like I said, the two that we went with, 11 and the 12 on the outside. Looking at the card yesterday, these two were the two that we kind of had circled right off the bat. So we'll see. The outside, though, definitely going to be tough. The 6 and the 2 definitely going to be long shots in here that are going to be interesting. The two, both of them making their second start, both of them with a little bit of change up. The 2 basically changing every tactic. Okay, turf or dirt to turf, sprint to route. So a lot of difference going on to this 2. The 6 gets Irad Ortiz aboard. Just didn't even try to run, it seemed like, in that first start. So 2 of them that definitely should fire back and run better than what they did previously. It's just, there's a lot of other good horses in here, and those 2 at really good odds right now. At both of them, weirdly, are at 17-1. We got James Windplacer Show on number 3. Huge odds there, 43-1. Could be awesome. Definitely going to have to beat this 9 horse. What were you telling him? All right, 2 minutes. Getting a little bit closer. Just wait.
It's not. It's taking so long. Dad, you want to try one? They're salty.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Good luck, Egg, on the 4. The Woodbine Shipper. Special session. Yeah, that one looks interesting, too. 2 times on synthetic, 1 time on the turf. Gets back to a mile. Comes from off the pace. Good value right now, 9-1. Taking a little bit of money on that horse as well. So it's getting a little bit of respect. Taking all their time.
Moving into line race 2.
All right. Finally reached the gate. Yeah, when Cassie brings these horses from like Woodbine or the Woodbine shippers, they definitely run well. 7 being a little stubborn, not wanting to go into the gate.
So, what planet is this?
I don't know.
Where's
I think they finally got it figured out.
Then so what planet they were.
It did. Yeah.
What planet is it?
I don't know. Maybe Koba?
Koba.
Sheesh. The 8 and the 10 has some good odds. 99 to 1. James is 3, 52 to 1. Man, these horses are stubborn.
Fateful Lightning moves into line.
All right, here we go.
Special session and kick it in. Courageous Clay coming forward. No Mo Moolah. Bermuda Triangle.
Then, can my iPad be in my room? Well, I have this
Just go get it. I'll help you.
Excite.
All right, let's go.
They're off.
Jeez.
There's Tomasello from the inside. Here comes an early move from Excite on the far outside. Van Ginkel has some early speed as well, but Excite's going to move up and challenge Tomasello. Tomasello to the inside, leads it by just a neck. Excite will go second up on the outside. And then Meritorious
this is almost
third.
dead, buddy.
Van Ginkel alongside that one is fourth as they
Hey,
move
that one's
into the
almost
first
dead, Jacket.
turn. Bermuda Triangle gets over to the rail, settles toward the center of the pack in fifth. One
It's
lane
almost
off the rail
dead.
around the first
You have to
turn.
get it the other one.
Fateful Lightning is sixth on the outside of that one. Kicking Clear goes seventh. Trigger Point is eighth. Kick It In is a wide ninth. Courageous Clay is in 10th position. Special
Dude,
Session
this
is 11th. Off the
looks
first
to be a
turn. No
great
Mo
race,
Moolah
shaping up to
is
be a
last
great
at
race.
12.
As long as we get that one out there.
23.39 seconds. Tomasello, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Excite goes second by a length and a half. Van Ginkel is third by just ahead. Meritorious fourth back toward the inside by a length. Bermuda Triangle is fifth. It's running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Has company to the inside. Kicking Clear moves up a closer sixth. Fateful Lightning will have to go wide seventh. 48.07 seconds the time for the first half mile. Tomasello and Excite go 1-2. Van Ginkel wide but third, a length off the lead. Meritorious stays against the rail in fourth, a length and a half from the front. Then Bermuda Triangle is in fifth. Kicking Clear sixth. Fateful Lightning is seventh and still nearly 8 lengths off the lead. Van Ginkel swings up on the outside of Tomasello to challenge for the lead. Meritorious is in behind that pair, changing lanes toward the outside. And then Bermuda Triangle is fourth. Fateful Lightning awkward.
Oh, shit.
Has unseated the rider. Fateful Lightning unseated the rider. Tomasello has the lead, a deep stretch, chased by Van Ginkel. 2 lengths between them. It is Tomasello moving on for the win. Tomasello, Jose Ortiz to win it.
Man,
Van Ginkel was second.
did not look good right there.
And Kicking Clear was
Not in your room. Whew. I missed what happened there. I mean, I seen him falling off, but I didn't see if the horse like took a bad step or what. But holy cow! I knew the one would just blow up whatever we were thinking there. Damn. Hopefully Luis size is all right. I don't know if it's better to fall on the turf or fall on the dirt. Yeah, that was Sayaz.
Inquiry sign posted. Stewart's inquiry into the stretch run of today's second
Oh,
race. Hold all
sick.
tickets.
The two long shots that we talked about, the two and then James's three right there, just right outside. We had the exacta with the one. I think we had 1, 9, and 12 over the 2 and the 3. Sick. I don't think it would have mattered if he did or didn't fall off or where he fell off. The 2 just kind of was pinned in. Not really anywhere to go. But, whew, hopefully he's all right. Probably going to be off his mounts for the rest of the day, that's for sure, because that was hard fall. I think the horse was just kind of very green, kind of going all over the place.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. One Tomasello finished first.
And that's kind of what happened. It looked like maybe
2 meritorious third, 3 kicking clear fourth. 1723. The results unofficial. Inquiry pending into the stretch run. Hold all tickets.
I don't think anybody like bumped him or anything like that. I think it was just the horse was just all over the track, it looked like. Basically just couldn't control him.
Unofficial winner in the winner's circle for Keeneland second, the Margot, number 1 Tomasello, owned by the Iron Horse Racing Stable LLC of Harlan Malter, TNT Equine Holdings LLC of Robert and Brestoyerkaus, the trainer Mark Cassie, and the jockey Jose Ortiz. Tomasello, 3-year-old son of Authentic out of Dakota Queen by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Barry Becker and Judith Becker.
Egg, you called it on the
0.54
Cassie.
seconds, a mile and an eighth over the turf, listed good. Inquiry pending. Hold all tickets.
I don't see any updates. I know they're still looking at this, which they won't show us the replay, but I don't think it, like I said, I don't think it involves any other horses. I just think that horse was kind of all over the place. Probably foot came out stirrup. Wrong Cassie. Because it kind of like you just slid off the side of it. It's kind of what it looked like in real time, which they're not going to show the replays.
To the connections of Tomasello. Result unofficial. Inquiry pending.
I don't know if it's good or bad that they're taking this long to look at this. Man. I don't know. It's kind of weird that they are taking this long. Let's a look at the backstretch. I think the horse ran on. So I don't think there was anything with the horse, or at least not that I'm seeing on any like social media stuff.
Stewards have completed their inquiry. No action taken. The result stands as is, 1723, and that result is now official for race 2.
Definitely, that's going to pay a big price. What was the superfecta there? Whew, 450. The trifecta even looked good. Man.
Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. No changes in this third event. Main track is fast, turf listed good.
Well, trying to see when Luis Saez is projected to be in race 4. So we'll see. Hopefully, I don't know. Some people are saying it looked like he got stepped on. Did that? I couldn't see the. I can't find the replay, but. I really don't see much else. I got that it just says he's got a lot of lower back pain. Crop size, full arm and leg movement conscious, and he's communicating, so that's always good. Probably going to be off his mounts for the rest of the day with a ton of soreness. Probably very lucky there. But crazy. And that it happened so quick too. Like I just seen him kind of getting loose, and then the next thing I know, he's on the ground. I mainly was watching the first 2 horses. All right. Back to sprint, back to the dirt. Optional claiming in here for 125,000. Non-winners with 1. Number 2, Retribution, another Vekoma runner. Second start, 1 at the 55,000 level. Comes in with some early speed. Could possibly use it. Has really good speed figure that last time out too. This one's trained by Sherry DeVoe for Jose Ortiz. Currently 5-2. Looks like he'll stick with Lasix. And has some good workouts kind of going into this race as well. 3, Brodeur. Another Mark Cass horse. Brian Hernandez. This one comes from Tampa. Going 1.16 miles, so huge cutback. We're seeing on this horse going over 1.16 miles. Comes out of the Tampa Bay Derby, finishing 5th, but then ran in an optional claimer at the $200,000 level. Made that one look pretty easy. So kind of a value horse right now is this 3. That looks pretty good. Coming off of a kind of a cutback and a little bit of a class drop as well. Big price in here for the 4, Fully Volatile. 5, Got 'em and Caught 'em. For Val Brinkerhoff, Corey Lanieri gets the mount. 6, El Dandy. Huge price, 99-1. Probably a passover. And to the outside, we get our prices. Tip Top Thomas, currently even money for Todd Pletcher and Irad. Comes out of that grade 1 Champagne to Chancer McPatrick, who's going to be running later in the Bluegrass. Even money right now for Tip Top Thomas. Huge numbers. 86 and an 85. Gets back to the sprints. Definitely has some early speed and could easily go and wire this field. The horses that are probably going to have a say in that are the 8 and the 9, who are also going to be early speeds. Doug O'Neill throws out Dr. Rubin with Lamb Machado aboard. This one comes from Turfway Park. Another one that's going to be cutting back in distance. And we have Gunmetal. I believe this horse was entered on Monday and scratched out yesterday. I think that's what the name of the horse. For Brad Cox, Flavion Pratt. Another one that wants to go early. Currently 5-2. Probably has some better value maybe. Then the 7. The 7's kind of coming off of that class drop. This one kind of just running consistently. Can't.
What? I think I from launcher birth.
I don't know.
Will you go back to my shit?
No. You can walk around. Wait. This one by Gunrunner. Big purchase price in here. Looks good as well for Windstar Farm CHC Inc. Could be another early type runner. So I think there's going to be plenty of early speed between those outside horses. Basically from the
This next race, just wanted to
6.
provide a quick update with regards to the situation there that happened in race number 2. Louis Saez was unseated from his mount and is currently being evaluated by a medical team. We will provide updates when available, and as well, good news is that Fateful Lightning was not injured. Take a look at the horses in race number 3, 17 minutes out here. 6.
All right, that's good news. Just being treated for his injuries. Nothing serious. The horse was fine. So, glad he's okay. Basically, they're going to go fast. There's not really many horses with closing speed. Got him and caught him, possibly. 26-1 right now looks to be maybe the type that could close. Fully Volatile at a big price. And 3 is going to be going to have a kind of a opportunity to go to the rail, but he's going to have the 2 on the inside as well. So there's speed to the inside, speed to the outside. Basically, it's going to be a mad dash to see who can get to the lead. I think the 3 is going to be in a tough spot with the Retribution. 2 is out, or 2 is inside to try to get out early. I thought the 3 could be dangerous if he got the lead. The 2 kind of worries me being to his inside. The 7, 8, 9 definitely going to be interesting. You know, the 7's going to go. He has the 6 to his inside, who is some speed, but I think Irad's going to ride harder out of the gate. And then Dr. Rubin, I think, kind of causes problems for Gunmetal here because he's going to want to go. Just means Gunmetal is going to have to go a little bit faster and a little bit harder out of the gate, and it could cause him some problems going down the back stretch. We're going with the 9-7-3. We're going to throw the 8 in here just to see if there's something sneaky as far as the pace side of things go. Horse has been all over in stakes races, optional claimers, maidens. Struggled basically going a mile in his last 5 starts, so this one's probably going to be challenged going quick, but I think the early speed with Luan Machado getting them out for the first time could be a little sneaky, and just going to use this horse underneath. Our hope basically is going to be in that Mark Cassie double with the 3, currently at 8-1, so it has a little bit of value there too with the 9 horse. And then obviously not much you could do with the 7, who's currently even money, except just use it possibly in your exactas and trifectas. Or you could even use him if you like him that much in a superfecta key. The 2 will be the spoiler. I just thought that these horses had a little bit more class, the 9-7 and the 3, then the 2, kind of making it second start out of the $55,000 level. But it kind of blew out that competition. A length and a quarter, I think. Drove past, so definitely one that has enough in the tank. A lot of these horses are cutting back as well, so that's always, a big factor to kind of play into things. Going from those routes to sprints, making the second starts, class drop. Maybe the rail is where the best place is right now. We'll see. Should be getting somewhat close. Some things I'm reading did say that 9 horse was bumped, causing it to kind of get all over the track, but I guess they didn't see enough. Looks like they did put him on maybe the stretcher and put him in an ambulance. Probably just precautionary. So 10 minutes. Two's taking some money. I would assume just the pedigree and the way it won first outing. It's going to make this one a little bit dangerous. We'll stick with our exactas. Go with the 9 and the 7 on top. And the 3 and the 8. And we threw the 5 in underneath. Like I said, we get burned by the 2. Oh well. I just think they're going to go super fast. Which obviously sets up for the 7 and the 9. Because that's what they want to do. The 8 being the wrench in here. He's got the speed all around him. I think he's just going to cause problems for the 9 more than the 7. 5 possibly maybe was the only closer. Somewhat could be a closer. And the 2 could be a closer. Kind of as it was yesterday, the chalk has been hitting or been winning. So we'll see if anything changes outside this 7 and the 9. What's up?
In the basement.
You are?
Not his basement. I'm not home yet.
No idea.
Huh? You just have to go up.
Is that right?
Hmm?
I said, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you try to, like... Kid. How many chips are you eating today? 5?
Well, now I'm going 16 of these.
16?
Yeah.
It's going to hurt
And
your belly.
then all my strawberries.
Mm-hmm.
What you want for dessert when we get done?
You don't need no dessert.
Huh? How about we make strawberry pie?
What?
Strawberry pie?
I'm not making no strawberry pie.
No, Mom.
She's not even here.
No, tonight.
For what?
After
You like strawberry pie?
Uh-huh.
Who knew?
Huh?
I said, who knew? There you go. Go look for them. Those chips stink.
They're barbecue.
They're not barbecue.
What kind
Pretty sure they're salt and vinegar. All right. About 5 minutes. Make sure you get your picks in. Hopefully we can win. No idea what he was doing on that 3-horse there, but 3 already thought he was running. He was trying to hold him back, or no idea. As expected, Luis Saez off his mounts for the rest of the day. I don't think they have said who will take over, but kind of expected it.
Dad, I'm lost.
Okay, you're gonna have to play on your own.
Huh?
Yeah, you went into
Cave?
Mm-hmm.
Dad, you're off.
No, they're not. They're not even at the gate yet.
Oh. Let's act like they're.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. I cannot even try to.
I know. That's why I'm trying to help you.
Race wanted to provide another update with regards to
Oh,
Jockey
how'd
Luis
you do
Saez.
that?
So the report is
How'd
that
you-
he is
Yeah,
currently
I
in
did
stable
that when
condition.
I got
He
all
is
the way
currently
up there.
being evaluated by
And I
UK
dropped-
Healthcare, and he will be off his mounts the remainder of the day.
Dad, I hear the
Yeah, don't go in there.
Why?
That's where you got lost at, wasn't it?
No.
Just don't.
How about I go up
Yeah,
there?
we'll go up there.
If you see. What?
There, go out there. And run around.
As we heard the update from Gabby, Luis Saez off his mounts the rest of the program today.
All right.
Will be forthcoming right now.
1 minute.
Horses have
Let's get it.
reached the starting gate for race 3.
Nothing odd sticking out in the will pays. The 2, 7, and the 9 are obviously were the horses that were hammered. The 3 and the 5 kind of coming in as second options out of those top 3, obviously. Make sure if you're new to the channel, go subscribe, leave a like to the live video. Drop a comment, say hello, maybe where you're from. We're in the lovely flooded southern Indiana, so we're unable to get out.
Moving into line, third
So what a better way than to bet horses.
Brodeur goes in. Tip Top Thomas. Fully Volatile, Dr. Ruben M. Gunmetal, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post.
DeVoe Angel.
They're off. Tip Top Thomas, Gunmetal. These two come forward along with Retribution. Brodeur right there. El Dandy moves up as well. Five-way shuffle for the lead. Brodeur comes out of that crowd, has the lead by just a neck. El Dandy is right there to the outside.
Damn.
Tip Top Thomas, Gunmetal, four wide out in the center of the track as they head on to the far turn. Retribution backs away toward the inside in fifth. Thriller
Had that one all wrong.
That one is sixth. Fully Volatile seventh. Dr. Ruben M is in eighth, and got him, last of the nine, 22.14 seconds for the opening quarter. Brodeur, El Dandy around the far turn. Tip Top Thomas, Gunmetal to the far outside. Gunmetal moving forward, has been wide around the turn, moves up fourth to third. Now the front three and a line. Got Gunmetal to the far outside. And Brodeur to the inside, El Dandy between that pair. Tip Top Thomas is in fourth. Retribution fifth. Thrilla is sixth. Dr. Ruben M is in seventh. They move by the eighth pole. Gunmetal to catch now with Thrilla running on. Tip Top Thomas third. Retribution fourth. Gunmetal the leader. Gunmetal by two. Thrilla second on the outside. Gunmetal by 2.5. 3 lengths past the 16th pole. It is Gunmetal in front. Flavian Pratt aboard, and Gunmetal to win it.
Again,
Across the wire, Thrilla was second.
the
Retribution
long,
left the inside
wrong,
by third.
long shot underneath. Damn it. The one being the long shot.
Outside post position seemed to help this horse today because it really did give jockey Flavian Pratt so many options in playing the break. A couple of horses decided to go to his inside. He pressed a little bit wide, but it
Three
didn't
could
matter.
not hang on the
This
lead
horse was much the best. He gets the
whatsoever.
win. Odds of 6 to 5, 39 to 1. Thrilla
Ugh.
finishing second. It's going to be 9-1-2 unofficially across the finish.
Favorites. Cooking today. Good exact if anybody had that. Anybody watch the basketball game last night? Florida, Houston? Pretty exciting. You know, last time we had the channel running, Saturday, we were talking about Duke and Houston and Florida Auburn. Florida just looked good. That Walter Clayton, dude. something else. Man. Yeah.
Is you done class now?
Mm-mm. You still stuck? What are you doing up there?
I was trying to find Stormtrooper, but I
Oh.
couldn't. Dad, do you need this song?
There's one right there.
Huh?
I said there's literally one right here. Look,
Where is he?
right there.
Really?
Right there, see? Go get him. Yeah, I can't when I watch my team play, I can't sit. I have to be like a pace. I walk back and forth, walk from the kitchen to the living room, behind the couch, in front of the TV. Like I can't sit still, especially if it's in a close game or a game that has a little bit of meaning to it. Like whew, I cannot sit still. Well, wagering's not going so well. Bad news, good news. They closed school again, so I have to work from home. We're going to be e-learning yet again because we are flooded in.
Dad, guess what I'm on? My ship.
Nice.
Well, would you try to get this to work for me right there?
Watch. Let's push in on it. Which one?
Can I just have it?
Sure. All right. Race 4, shall we? Back to it. Number 1, Irish Aces. Brandon Walsh, Ben Curtis, Pocket Aces Racing. Big time graded stakes horse in here. Has yet to win, though. I don't know if the horse has any graded stakes victories. Not that I see. 3rd in the Tampa Bay. 4th in the Grade 3 Turf down at Gulfstream Park.
Dad, we already went to all these places.
Mm-hmm.
And now they can go nowhere else.
We'll pick a different one.
Oh, no, it's not. I know what's going on. The more all this stuff years.
Try that one. West Hollywood, Brad Cox, Flavion Pratt, Qatar Racing by Uncle Mo. Currently 5-2. Pretty good value right now on a horse that has 3 wins. The Saranac, grade 3, back in August. So it comes off a pretty decent chunk of a layoff. Probably going to be tough. But I think the horse runs big with what else is in here. Speed figures look pretty good. Let's see. Off the layoff, Brad Cox has a pretty good ROI right now. Four noted. This one's interesting. Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz. The past 2 though have looked past 3 really. I don't know if graded stakes is what this horse wants. Best finish maybe in the Bourbon, the grade 2 Bourbon. Did win the Pulpit $100,000 stakes race down at Gulfstream Park. However, going short, seems like the horse does not really want to go long, and they're going to have to go mile and a 16th here. So maybe comes into a little bit of class relief, not a whole lot though, and it's going to have to try to figure things out. Timeout, Wilmot, Jose Ortiz. We'll get them out in here. I believe that's the Pennsylvania Derby, finishing 7th. And then it's just kind of bounce around some small level optional claimers. Best one, maybe it was just a tune-up. Goes to the turf for the first time and wins easily. Kind of looked pretty good in that race. I believe it was at Tampa. Won a mile and a 16th, so does already have a race under its belt for that. And a race under its belt for 2025. However, it was in a lower level optional, so definitely going to have to try to step up yet again and beat some of these top horses. 6, Tall Boy, Doug O'Neill, Luan Machado yet again. Trying to figure that out in the last race. They just missed trying to hit the board in there, so we'll see if this one can kind of run big in there as kind of like a mid-pack type horse. 7, Piper's Factor. Maybe a non-factor. Comes out of the Commonwealth grade 3 back in November, so comes off a really good layoff as well. The trainer, Katerina Vasilyeva, does have pretty good numbers. ROI right now, 348 of horses coming off a 60 to 180 day layoff. That's what Piper's Factor is going to come off of. And one that's going to be sitting, looks like could be up front early. So that could be dangerous, as we kind of have seen some of the pace early speeds either be there or not. This one could be kind of interesting at a really good price, 23-1. 8, Eldest Son. Another one that's probably going to be a mid-pack horse. Good workout, though, back in Gulfstream before coming here. So watch this one, see what the money does, kind of coming in late. Number 9, Lincoln Highway. Did not expect this horse to float up this high. 58-1, Victoria Oliver, Axel Concepcion. Another optionals of very low-level optional claimers. And basically it won, but there wasn't much in there. 10, Wonderful Justice, Joe Sharp, Edgar Morales. Speed figures look good on the horse. Mile and 16th is the big question if the horse really wants to go that distance. Struggled of recent. Basically, got to go back to $62,000 level where the horse picked up its last win. 11, Smoky Mandate. Another one that's kind of struggled. Optional claiming $50,000 levels where it picked up its last win. Was in the Muniz Memorial. Grade 2 at Fairgrounds. Finished 11th in there, just nothing whatsoever for that mile and an 1/8. So we'll get a little bit advantage of going shorter. Shocked as the price on this one for sure. And also eligible, take note of Yamato, number 14. Jesus Esquivel with Gabe Saez getting the mount. And here comes from Turfway Park. One at the $25,000 level, previously trained by, I believe that was Mike Maker. Finished 8th in the William McKnight, Grade 3. Finished 8th in the United Nations, Grade 1. So a lot of these horses have kind of been struggling. Recently, Irish Aces and West Hollywood, the two on the inside, look to be the horses that are kind of in the best consistency of form right now. Maybe West Hollywood has a little bit of an edge, just become a little bit fresher, but one, Irish Aces, has some massive speed. And they both kind of have a little bit of a late speed too that could play an advantage into this type of route race on the turf. The 7's coming off of a pretty good class drop, coming out of that Commonwealth. Finished 4th. Has two really good workouts coming into this race. 9, Lincoln Highway. Like I said, I'm surprised this one's not, but I guess it was that optional claimer of $40,000. Probably why this one's not taking or getting any respect whatsoever. 11 was on the $50,000 level. The 6 comes out of an $80,000 level. That's not terrible. It's a little bit better than some of these others. The 4 has just been loads and loads of stakes races. The 3 comes out of an 80. Definitely interesting race for sure. The 1 and the 2, I feel like have to be ones that you are using. The 5, I just don't know what to do with that one right now. Has some late speed, but does come in from very low level optional claimers compared to some of these other horses. The 4 is going to come in with some class, but didn't do much in those types of class races. Six and the 7, kind of also grabbing our attention right now. Trying to decide where to throw these two. Seven may have a little bit more value on the trainer side of things. Does come off a layoff, a pretty good size layoff. So that could always swing one way or the other of how these horses are going to run. All right. Got about, what are we sitting at? 9 minutes. As of right now, it's showing Luis Saez on this 11. I haven't seen why it doesn't have him scratched out. I would think. Really thought they were going to take Saez off of his mounts, but I haven't seen anything saying that they did. Could be very interesting. Got about 6 minutes. James, you like this 6 in here? Tall boy. It's another one, Calumet Farms. Big price too. I'm going to turn this on to see. Just curious if Saez is still on his mounts. He's supposed to be on the 11 here. I haven't seen or heard otherwise. Of course, they're going to pan away from it.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race, the Jackpot Farm, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up. A mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good. The rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the Keeneland turf pick 3 made up of races
Can't tell.
4, 6, and 9. Scratch the 12, Northern Invader. Also scratch 13, Hurry, Hurry. And scratch the 15, Degree of Risk. Jockey for the 5 timeout is Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz rides the 5. Jockey for the 11, Smoky Mandate, Manuel Franco.
Gotcha, okay.
Smoky Mandate, Manny Franco, the jockey.
So we got Manny Franco on the 11, maybe stepping in for Luis Saez today.
As programmed. Post time less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, that 14 could be sneaky. Levin's taking some money. I think it was 20 to 1. Eight. I think the 8 was taking money too. Yeah. 8's starting to come back down. That horse was like 20, 30 to 1. Put the lid on it? Put the lid on it? Alright, go get it.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Jackpot
Hey,
Farm.
we're e-learning tomorrow.
Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
One more strawberry. One more strawberry, okay?
Not right now. Not right now. One more. Alright. You say so.
Can we have put some vegetables for the lunch?
Moving into line. race
You mean
four.
dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, everybody. Good luck. Hopefully, you got your bets in. Let's hit one here. Spam the chat with all those likes. Or like the video, like the channel. Four horse looks good.
Timeout moves into line.
Damn.
Tall Boy. Wonderful Justice. Smoky Mandate. With Manny Franco aboard. Yamato will be the last one. Goes in.
Good luck.
Grab the post. they're off. Irish Aces from the inside. Here comes Piper's Factor, Eldest Son. Wonderful Justice, the far outside. As they head down for the first turn, Eldest Son puts a head in front. Got Irish Aces there to the rail and has company in the form of Wonderful Justice to the outside. Close up third but wide onto the first turn. Smoky Mandate moves forward from fourth into third. One lane off the rail, threads the needle through some traffic. Further back, West Hollywood is sixth, tucked away to the inside of Piper's Factor in seventh, and then moving up between horses. Noted is back toward the inside in eighth. Yamato is in ninth. Timeout is 10th off the first turn, and up the back stretch, Lincoln Highway is 11th, and Tall Boy the last of the 12. 22.91 seconds for the opening quarter. Irish Aces the leader. Irish Aces against the rail, leads it by 1 length. Eldest Son second a length. Smoky Mandate is next to the inside, and Wonderful Justice still there to the outside, regaining that third spot by just a neck as they head for the far turn, followed by West Hollywood between horses in fifth. Out of Deductions is sixth to the inside, and then Piper's Factor is seventh, followed by Noted. 47.8 seconds for the first half mile. Irish Aces the leader. Wonderful Justice wide around the far turn, second, a length and a half off the lead. Smoky Mandate up close, moving up in behind the leader now to take second, looks for more running room, switches off the rail, quarter mile to go. Irish Aces is chased by Smoky Mandate. Still a length and a half between those two, though. Piper's Factor is third. Out of Deductions is fourth. Yamato a wide fifth. Noted is sixth. Irish Aces final furlong chased by Smoky Mandate. Out of Deductions, and then Piper's Factor. Irish Aces, Smoky Mandate out of Deductions is running on from the outside. Irish Aces still has the lead. Irish Aces hangs on by a half length for Ben Curtis.
Just put the favorites over all the long shots in your exactas, and you're liable to cash. Can't just use one or two long shots. Got to use them all. Damn.
Irish Aces gets the victory here today. I loved this move by Ben Curtis. It was an aggressive ride. I also thought it was helped by the blinkers on. But what do you do with a horse that hasn't been wanting to pass horses? You put him on the lead. And don't
Nobody really
pass
passed.
horses. You put them in the position to succeed. Now, obviously, he was coming out of much tougher races, but this was a great ride, and he holds on the wire coming up just in time. He gets the victory here at odds of 2-1. It's going to be very close for second between the 3 and the 11. It's going to come down to the head bob and the placing judges for who finishes second, but no doubt about that winner, Irish Aces on top.
Couldn't really tell the second place. I thought the 11 was there, but the 3 was moving on. Like I said, just playing these long shots underneath. We'll go back, see what it would have paid. I know the first race was basically two favorites. Race 2 was a little bit better. We had 5-2 over 5-1. Paid 26. And then we had the favorite over the long shot. Exacta paid 40. And this one, depending on if it was the 2 or the 11, or 3 or the 11, it's still going to pay. 1 over the 3 will pay 76. 1 over the 11 is going to pay 35. So the exactas with a favorite and then one long shot seem to be cashing pretty well. Got to figure out which long shot, because we've been right there super close in the last 2 races. It's just not giving us that extra oomph. To the 5th. Hopefully we have enough money left in the bank for the Bluegrass. They still haven't figured out who's in second place yet. I still haven't seen who got second.
Dad, this one get these.
The 11, Smoky Mandate in that dead heat for place. The 7, Piper's Factor, finished fourth. The results are now official.
Wow, dead heat. Did not expect that. Shit. See the video or show the photo. Maybe? Anybody? Nope. Well, there's another good exacta. 37 or $17.
In the winner's circle, the Jackpot Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Irie.
All right, to the 5th. We got a dirt route, mile and a 16th, Maidens. One interesting horse in here. I believe it's Chillax. If you look back at the notes, ran in a $70,000 Maiden last time out. Was about 10-1. Probably going to have some value on this horse. Owned by Godolphin, sired Bernardini. The dam keeps her cool by Smart Strike. Looking at the notes, hold on. Comes out of the gate and hits the gate. 2-path in it, emptied out. Obviously, not what you would want to see from your first time starter to hit the gate and then kind of struggle. Think this one comes back and runs big here. Will go back stretching out though, from going short, but it really didn't even do anything that day. Outside of, hitting the gate and then didn't want to run after that. Or maybe they just kind of pulled up, waited, hang on, and didn't really use the horse that day. So, definitely, this one could be a good one to use if it stays at a pretty good price right now. Just by reading off of the notes of that terrible start that the horse had in its first. Another horse that ran with it was the 2 Shangri-La Road.
Can I just get one cent?
No, not yet. Hang on. Again, comes out in that same race, $70,000. Finished second in there behind Disruptor, who got a lot of buzz. So rightfully so, Shangri-La. Probably going to get a lot of buzz in here. Currently 5-2 for Brad Cox, Joel Rosario. Also has some early speed with that 2 horse. The 3 ran into some trouble early as well. Comes from Gulfstream Park. Was bumped at the break. Finished 5th in that $70,000 level for Claude McGahee. We'll get Luan Machado a try on this one instead of Joel Rosario, who goes to the 2 horse. Second betting choice, or the top one right now, Pitkin, Ian Wilkes, Brian Hernandez. 2 second place finishes in each of its $70,000 starts. Huge favorite last one out. So we'll see. It's going to go a little bit further and see if that distance can help it out a little bit in here. No.
It's not as good in here.
I know. 6 feet. Another one owned by Godolphin.
We pull one out when it smells good.
Oh, okay. Yep. This one comes from Turfway Park in an $80,000 level. 5th in there with Irving Mikado. This will get James Graham for Edwin Harty. Gonna be a tough one in here for sure. 7, Last Man Standing. Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz. Lower level maiden for Last Man Standing, $32,000. Finished 2nd in there. Got off a little bit slow, so definitely going to be one that maybe wants to close or switching it up, going to go out early, but does have the ability or some really good closing speed. Nine, Keen Talent for George Arnold, Edgar Zayas. Somewhat of a early speed horse. $70,000 level, went a mile in 137. Finished 3rd in there, kind of just didn't fall back. Just kind of held on 3rd throughout.
Not as good.
Don't blow that one out.
Why?
Because 10, we have Sherry DeVoe giving Jose Ortiz the mount for development fee. This one is by Volatile for Brookdale Racing. Currently 17-1 on this horse. Comes out of a $55,000 level. Maiden, another one, kind of got out and did not either go backwards or forward enough to make any impact.
Can your one out?
No, let them go. They're fine.
Why?
Because 11, Fountain Lake, John Ortiz, Julian Leperoux. More starts than most of them in here, so has some experience. And then 12, Interceptor for Chad Brown, Flevion Pratt. Very odd that we're getting 8-1 on this horse. I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe because the horse is kind of cutting back in distance. Has ran against Cyclone State in its first maiden race. I feel like this one is going to possibly take some money later in this wagering pool. I can't believe we're getting 8-1 on a Chad Brown and Flevion Pratt horse. But we'll see what happens. This one's by Authentic. Maybe they're thinking it wants to go a little bit shorter. The mile is not suited. But this one could be a pretty good play in here with some value. Yeah, the 2, 4, and the 7, or 2, 4, and 12 are the ones that are kind of getting the most attention. So this one could be a good one that's going to pay out as well, whether you're playing exacta, trifecta, superfectas, or even if you're going with a win wager. There's really no clear heavy favorite. As they line up right now, Pitkin, Shangri-La, and Last Man Standing, all 3-1 or less. But still to that outside, number 12, Interceptor. Very, very interesting price that we're getting right now. I think it's because the horse has been on the outside, maybe, and it's going to struggle trying to get up. Early on speed, we're probably going to see the 2 and the 4 going out early. Since these are maidens, a lot of this could change as far as what we're going to see, especially with the 7, the 5, and the 3. All of them had troubles at their start. So obviously these pace projections on here could be totally tossed out the window as they're kind of making their second starts after kind of having it rough in their first start. So we'll see if there's any type of change up in there. I feel like the 7 may go out earlier if it can get out of the gate properly. And again, Irad Ortiz doesn't really like to sit off the lead very much. Looking at it, the 4 speed figures look the best. The time form speed figures look better than the 2, so he probably has a little bit of advantage over the 2 right now. Workouts, it's probably going to give the nod to the 7, who have some really good workouts for sure. Just trying to find maybe another angle to use. We'll go look at stat lines really quick for this race to see if there's anything else that kind of sticks out. This will be the last race before we get into the big stakes races, kind of leading up to the Bluegrass. So if you're looking at, I know Equibase does a pretty good job with like stat lines and stuff. I don't know how accurate or consistent these are. But right now, red hot trainer being Owen Hardy, with the 6, Wilmot with the 5 being in the exacta 67%. 2, Shangri-La Road. Brad Cox has the best percentage for 3-year-olds at Keeneland, 34% for the wins. And then Ian Wilkes with the 4, 0 for 16. And basically this year so far at Keeneland, so he's kind of struggled in maiden special weights. He's not won one yet. So take those into consideration going into the betting field or going as you bet. Let's see if there's any other ones. The other one, the 2, just has the jockey, but it will not have Luis Saez. Like I said, it's going to get Joel Rosario will be in the mount there. And then the 12, 50% for Flavion Pratt and Maidens. So take those into consideration. Like I said, Equibase puts out like stat lines that we sometimes go to and look up. Running trends, track trends. Again, not sure how consistent or favorable they are or they have been, but just something to take into consideration when you're wagering. Shakertown in the pick 3. Whoops. Yep. That the all turf or the turf pick 3 basically. Dude. That may be the best race on the field or on the day is that Shakertown. It just, I don't know. We struggled trying to pick out a top horse. There's several horses in there that could easily be favored to win. And all of them are going to have great value, I think. I think there's one Euro shipper that's probably going to take some money. But other than that, I think it's a really loaded field. Turf sprints don't like you. All right. 10 minutes.
Why did you want me?
I didn't.
You said my name?
When?
No, no, in my bedroom.
I think it might have been Rye.
Huh?
Maybe Ryan.
Why, what do you want?
Hey, Rye.
Yeah,
Your field trip got canceled.
what did you want?
I need Rye. Go shut his door. Okay, as trends have been going, the bet in here would be exacta with the 2 and the 4 and the 7 on top, and then all the long shots underneath. Not wagering advice. The 7 is sneaky money, or the 12 is sneaky money out there at 7-1. Don't know why it's not getting a whole lot of attention. Maybe because it's on the far outside. The 5 could blow the tote board up here. Should be kind of nice. I believe the 6 is owned by Godolphin too. I don't know why they're not announcing. Keen Talent, Calumet Farm. All right. We got several of you watching. If you're able, hit that like button. Put a number in the comment of the horse you're going with for race 5. Let's see it. Knuckles.
Dad, what can I have to eat?
It's not time to eat.
I want eat.
Let's pick a winner.
Number purple.
Not the 10.
I'm gonna go pick us some.
No, we're not getting to eat right now. Hey.
Racehorse, which does start the pick 6. Keep in mind the pick 6 begins here, which means it will end with the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, and we will have race number 11 obviously on this 11 race card, but this race begins the pick 6. This is in no particular order, Gabby, but as far as horses that really stood out from a looks, physical perspective, the full horse activity, or full horse Pitkin, excuse me, as we were looking at 5-2, he's right up there with the others that we'll talk about being sent out by Ian Wilkes.
He just looks incredibly fit. I think those last 2 races really did a ton for this horse's fitness. But at the same time, he's maintaining good weight. And one thing I notice about him is his coat. You and I could
You can watch it.
him walking by in the paddock, and he is dappled. And a dappled horse means a
What?
happy horse. So hopefully he can deliver his best today.
Yep.
I like the 4. I like the 7 a little bit more as far as from a looks perspective, and that's being nitpicky. I just really do like Last Man Standing. There's a lot to like about his looks out there with Irad Ortiz Jr.
And not only that, I mean, he's got a very shiny, healthy-looking coat. He's incredibly fit. You can see the definition in his hindquarters, his shoulders, all of that. But he also has some confidence about him, doesn't he? He was really walking around here like he owned the paddock, and you can even see that presence on the track right now in the warm-up.
The 10-horse development fee is currently sitting at 15-1, stretching out start 2 of his career. Blinkers being added by Cherie DeVaux. Jose Ortiz signs on once again to ride this horse as he was with him in his debut. What did you see that led you to point towards this horse here as we saw him in the paddock?
He just looks like a horse that will like 2 turns, honestly, and I'm not surprised to see it that Cherie DeVaux sprinted him. He obviously was slow out of the starting gate, didn't really make up a ton of ground that day. She had the winner in the race.
We got 7 over 5, 9, 10, 12.
Clearly look at him.
Just going with the
Big
Irad.
body, big stride.
Digging Society.
Horse that would benefit from stretching out to 2 turns, and also the blinkers on, given the tardy start first time out.
13-1 on development fee. Pick 6, pull over $62,000. Begins here, ends with the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, the pick 6 sequence on this Grade 1 card. Good luck.
Dude, we tried playing that pick 6 yesterday. Got slaughtered. First race, yeah. I think we used 2 horses. We got the favorite. I think the second race we even hit. In the third, fourth race, we just got obliterated. It wasn't even close. One place to show. Let's go, Egg. The horse is getting no respect, which I like it because it's 7-1. But we got Flevion Pratt, Chad Brown on the outside. Let's give it a go. Could be a good hit.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Cove Springs, start of the pick 6.
Oh, I know. Let's hope not, though. I think with 3 other favorites, I don't think they'll pay much attention to that 12 horse. Maybe if they don't, that's a bad sign, since they always know. Can't miss him, though. He's going to be in that bright-ass yellow silk. All 3, 2, 4, and 7, all just bouncing back and forth of who's going to be the favorite here. Tens odds are dropping. The 1, 6, and 8 are all monsters. 50 to 1, 78 to 1, 85 to 1. Let's blow the tote board up. Let's get it. Write it down. What their odds are once they go in the gate, because it'll change once they cross the finish line.
Chillax goes in. Fountain Lake. Fett. Interceptor, the last one. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Midnight Vengeance along with Shangri-La Road. Shangri-La Road moves up for the lead. Activity is up close in the opening strides. Then Development Fee, who's 4th up on the far outside, followed by Chillax, who's 5th down toward the inside. Fett will go 6th outward from the rail into the first turn. Pitkin hugs the rail in the 7th position as they swing around the turn. Keen Talent 3 wide moves up 1 spot into 8th. The gap of 2 more lengths. Fountain Lake is toward the outside 9th. Abbey Fade is in 10th. Interceptor is 11th. Last Man Standing is last of the 12. The opening quarter went in 23.79 seconds. Shangri-La Road, the leader. Development Fee far outside, challenging for second. Activity is there between horses. Midnight Vengeance 4th, down toward the inside, just a length and a half off the lead, followed by Chillax, then Fett, and then Keen Talent stacks up to the far outside, 5 lengths from the front. Gap of 2 more lengths then, back to Pitkin, who's toward the rail, the opening half mile in 48.31 seconds. They head for the far turn. Shangri-La Road is the leader, leads it by just 1 length. Midnight Vengeance sneaks up the inside into second by a neck. Development Fee wide to the turn in 3rd position. Activity has lost ground in 4th. Chillax is in 5th. Fountain Lake is a wide 6th. Now moving up into 5th, now to 4th. Still 3 lengths off the lead, though. Shangri-La Road has the lead off the far turn past the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch. And then Chillax, who tries to move up toward the inside and look for some running room. Chillax is going to cut the corner and squeeze through an opening toward the inside to challenge Shangri-La Road. Chillax to the inside, Shangri-La Road now to the outside, and then Fountain Lake is in 3rd. Shangri-La Road with a head in front. Chillax is there to the inside. These two down to the wire. Shangri-La Road wins at a half length. Chillax was 2nd.
Let's go.
Fountain Lake was 3rd, and then Pitkin was 4th.
Finally. Soft clap, not to break the mic. Soft clap. Let's go. Hammered that 2 over the 5, guys. Hammered it.
Well, Shangri-La Road able to stay to task out on the front end. At this point in time, here comes the challenge.
What a re-rally.
Down to his inside, but
I thought the 5 was just going to smoke him.
find enough and get this horse back into the race. Not that
Well, that's where we go.
out of the race, but able to dig in and pull this one off, going 2 turns for the first time.
He kind of did.
We're
this.
back.
He kind of looked like he was idling.
We're
at
back.
one point. He drifted off the rail, probably 1 or 2
Again,
pads, if not
favorites
much.
are winning.
Shows you
Put the long shots underneath. It's all you need to do.
That tough space, but he couldn't quite
Big one there. Like, 2 beat him out early. So I knew the 2 was going to run big. I knew the 5 was going to run better because he smoked the gate in his first start. He almost had him. Where'd the 11 come from? Damn. That 11 was flying too. Not sure where. Big price on Fountain Lake. There we go. Pump it. Good deal. See what that paid us. Now we can stay a little bit longer. Show us the money. Probably not going to be a whole lot, but we'll take it. It's those small victories that make handicapping worthwhile. I will say Statline did not lie on that one. They said the 4 was going to be nowhere. 0 for 16 for Ian Wilkes. They did pick up on the 5 and the 6. And obviously the 2 with Brad Cox. But, yep. Mm-hmm. So, that's where it's at. It's always a good day to cash a ticket. Makes a good day to cash a ticket. There we go. 64. Damn. That's more than what I thought. More than I thought. The trifecta was huge. 690. Ooh. It's monsters. Monsters. All right. We're peaking. Just in time to get into these stakes races. Hopefully the form continues. We'll see if we get the same favorites over those long shots. We'll see. All right. Had to get the boys situated. Nap time, snack time. All right. Let's get into some graded stakes action. Grade 2 Appalachian. Kind of a smallish field, I guess you could say. We got 2 that scratched out of it. Lame in the Dust, Lush Lip, so we got 8 that are going to run in here. Going a mile on the turf for 3-year-olds. Nitrogen on the inside looks phenomenal for Mark Cass. He's been dominant today. He's got 2 in here that are going to go basically side by side with Vixen just to the outside. Both of them going to be speed paced type horses that are going to want to go to the lead or sit off the lead just a little bit, maybe press, but they don't want to run into each other. I would say Nitrogen probably has a little bit of an advantage coming out of the Florida Oaks in there, and has some speed figures that are a little bit higher than the barn mate to her outside in Vixen. Vixen comes out of the, I believe it's like the Homecoming Bride, Gulfstream Park. Nitrogen been at Tampa. So obviously both of them kind of pointed in here. Could cause some issues for the trainer and the connections. I guess they're owned by the same horses. DJ Stables. So we shall see. 3, we got Fion, Brad Cox, Luan Machado. Comes from Fairgrounds. Been going a mile and a 16th. So we'll cut back in distance just a little bit. Speed figures just off of those top 2 pair, though. In the 70s. Looks like one that's getting a little bit better. So we'll see. Definitely going to have to take a big step forward in here going against those 2 fast ones to the inside. But Fion could be a late pace type horse. Loves to go make that late bid later in the race. So we'll see if Luan Machado knows when to push that button. 4, Fast Market, John Terranova. 4, Jaime Torres, another one by Volatile. 3-year-old filly, 40-1 currently on this big price. Yet to break its maiden. I don't know why they're coming in here for a graded stakes race, but we'll see. Maybe it's a pace type horse. I feel like this one's going to be one that's going to run early. And some of the other horses could tuck in right behind. Totally Justified. The 6 at 2-1 for George Arnold. Comes out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf. So sticking with the mile. Comes off of a big layoff in here. Usually, we don't see George Arnold with much success off a layoff, so we'll see if that is something to possibly play against in here. The horse will get blinkers on. Again, not really a big angle for George Arnold either. So, kind of trending away from this horse right now, but it's kind of live on the betting board. 9, Fox-tastic, Jose Carroll, Johnny Velasquez. Comes out of an optional claimer. I guess was in a dead heat there. Ran a 78 speed figure, so you could say the horse is getting better. Will come from Turfway Park, however. So it's been running on synthetic, so we'll see if we see any type of form adjustments coming to the turf and in a big stakes race. And number 10, Table Flirt for Will Mott. Flevion Pratt, yet again on the outside. I feel like he's been on the outside in several of these races. But should have a fairly good go. One that's going to be a mid-type horse. It's going to just sit in there comfortably, see what happens. Maybe they go fast, maybe they go slow. Whatever it is, this could fit into Table Flirt's decisiveness of what they do late. Last ran March 2nd, so does have some races under its belt recently. Again, one that seems to be improving. Just did break its maiden, though, and will step into a loaded stakes field. On the analysis for DRF, currently, they're sticking with, obviously, the 1 being the top pick. A couple others that have scratched out, the 7 and the 2. We got 1 with the 9, 1 with the 3 as kind of a long shot picks in here. The 3 being 6-1. The 9, a little bit better value, 14-1. Gotta love Johnny Velasquez getting the mount on that one. So we're sitting at about 13 minutes. We'll look at stat line. It helped us out last time, so we'll check it out one more time with Equibase. See what the stats are telling us. It looks like Jose Ortiz Marquez with nitrogen currently have the second best stakes route win percentage, 67% in the past 45 days, so that's always a positive. Could say the same thing with the third best percentage. Mark Gassey sends in right behind that. So obviously these two horses are probably going to be 1-2. We'll see who gets the best of it that day. Basically brother against brother, Jose Ortiz, Irad Ortiz. Next, I believe this horse scratched out the 7, yes. 10, Wilmot. Another one that's hitting in the exactas at a 67% clip in the last 14 days. And then Brad Coxel and Machado, another one that's in the exactas. A little bit less percentages, but still hitting at a pretty good $5 ROI. Kind of expect the double in the pick 3. Obviously going to favor the 1 and the 2 in here. The 6 take in the 3 taking some money. And a little bit on the 9 to the outside as well. But nothing sticking out as in being anything different. I think the 2 horses on the outside, the 9 and the 10, should get a little bit of attention in here. Both winning their last starts. Foxtastic kind of being one that's going to sit a little bit early, kind of like the Johnny V getting the mount. Table Flirt, again, going to cut back just a little bit after breaking its maiden. So that should be interesting as well. And both of these kind of really good prices right now compared to the 1 and the 2 on the inside. All right, 9 minutes. Let's check out the post parade here.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland 6th race, 37th running of the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association, Grade 2. 3-year-old fillies at a mile over the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering at start of the All-Stakes pick 5. Scratch the 5, Good Temper. Scratch 7, Liam in the Dust. And scratch 8, Lush Lips. Jockey for the 6, Totally Justified, is Manny Franco. The jockey for the 9, Foxtastic, is John Velasquez. Blinkers today, as always, for number 3, Fien. That is not a change. Wore them last out, wears them again today. Post time 5 minutes.
I think it's interesting that we have both Ortizes on the inside here.
Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie. Jose Ortiz.
I'll let the parade go.
2 Vixen, owned by DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Mark Cassie. The jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 3 Fien, owned by George Messina and Michael Lee, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Luan Machado. 4 Fast Market, owned by Hit the Bid Racing Stable of Hal Mintz, trained by John Terranova, Jamie Torres to ride. 5 is Scratch, 6 is Totally Justified, owned by Bregman Family Racing LLC of Alex Bregman, trained by Rusty Arnold. The jockey is Manny Franco. 7 and 8, both Scratch. 9 is Foxtastic, racing for Ellen J. Foxwoods of Jamie Roth. Trainer Josie Carroll, the jockey John Velasquez. 10 Table Flirt, owned by Tranquility Lake Farm LLC of Emily and Oliver Bushnell. Bill Mott, the trainer. Flavien Brad, the jockey. Post time less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're kind of lucky. We're basically about an hour from Cincinnati, an hour from Louisville, an hour and a half from Indy. So our closest track is Turfway Park. And then an extra 10 to 20 minutes we have Belterra Park. Further north we have Indiana Grand or Horseshoe, Indiana. Keeneland is probably about an hour and a half from where we live. Churchill's about an hour. So we kind of have it nice. We got about 5 or 6 tracks within 2-hour driving distance.
Involved in this filly as far as the breeding is concerned and generational type breeding. And this is a filly that's on the upward trend. She's certainly moving in that direction. And the fact that Bill Mott is having her go against winners for the first time in Stakes Company is a positive. She's a beautiful filly who was debuted against Lacara on the dirt at Saratoga. Obviously, both of those fillies have come a long way from that race in August. Lacara winning yesterday's Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland Stakes. But this is a filly that's done a lot of good in her last 2 starts at the age of 3. So if you're looking for a filly who is moving upward as far as her form is concerned and looking for a price, this could be the filly. Table Flirt with Flavien in the saddle for Hall of Famer Bill Mott just clicked up to odds of 11 to 1. A very big pull in this all-stakes pick 5 as you've got less than 3 minutes to get those wagers in. Next 5 races, all stakes, concluding as far as the pick 5 is concerned with the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes.
Nice. Is Running Aces, is that Thoroughbred? I don't know if I'm familiar with that one.
horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 37th running of the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. Grade 2, start of the All Stakes, pick 5.
All right, folks, you got a minute. Get your bets in. Kind of threw out our bets there. Jeez, pick 5 pool. $1 million in that pick 5 pool. Gotcha. Harness. Probably the only track type that I haven't been to. I've never been to a harness. I've been to the quarter horses. I've been even to a dog track down south before they kind of went away.
Moving into line, race 6.
All right. Good luck, everybody. Turf racing at its finest.
Here's Fast Market. Totally Justified. Foxtastic. Table Flirt, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. And there goes Fast Market out for the lead. Fast Market goes right to the front in the opening strides. Totally Justified comes out running in the second position, just to the outside.
Not what I expected there.
Against the rail into the first turn. Foxtastic is away running in fourth. Stays a lane off the rail, just over 3 lengths off the early lead. And is followed by Nitrogen, who's fifth back toward the inside. Table Flirt is in sixth. Fien is last of the 7 as they head on to the back stretch. Fast Market, the leader. Fast Market leads at 3/4 of a length. Totally Justified is second up on the outside, a length and a half. Followed by Vixen, tucked away to the inside of Foxtastic, who's there to the outside fourth. Followed by Nitrogen, who's toward the rail in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more to Table Flirt and Fien. First quarter went 23.31 seconds. They head for the far turn. Fast Market, the leader. Fast Market leads it by a length and a half to Totally Justified, still second by a length and a half. And then Vixen third and neck. Foxtastic is fourth up on the outside, followed by Nitrogen, 47.45 for the first half mile. Nitrogen takes to the outside, still 5 lengths from the lead though. Quarter mile to go. Fast Market to catch. Leads it by 2 lengths off the far turn. Totally Justified, then Foxtastic, then Nitrogen. And Nitrogen has clear running now down the outside. Vixen in tight in fifth, back toward the rail. Nitrogen is running on for a narrow lead into the final furlong. Nitrogen by 3. Vixen's going to come late, had to change lanes toward the outside, now dives back toward the inside, but here's the wire. Nitrogen to win it for Jose Ortiz in the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. Vixen got second, close for third. Fien or Foxtastic for that third spot.
Posted it earlier. 1, 3, 10. Dropped the 3 out and went with the 10 horse. Oh, well.
A 1-2 finish for trainer Mark Cassie in today's Grade 2 Appalachian Stakes presented by the Japan Racing Association, as Nitrogen relaxed off the pace, kicked home as she had that clear sailing to work with that Kurt referenced, and she kicks clear easily. Drifts out just a little bit, but she was well in front of her competition. Her stablemate Vixen is going to battle for second and get there in the 3. Fionn runs on for finish third. So a 1-2-3 finish.
Don't you just hate it when it's 1, 2, 3? Or 4, 5, 6 when it's in order like that? It's like an aggravating thing. Yes?
over, I wanted to wake up.
I don't think you took a nap.
Hmm?
I don't think you even napped.
I didn't.
That's what I figured.
Huh?
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm not even tired.
Yep. Another chalk.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, Nitrogen, finished first. Number 2, Vixen, was second. Number 3, Fien, was third. Number 9, Foxtastic, was fourth. 1, 2, 3, 9, unofficial.
Dang. Saw where the early pick 5 paid like 198. 157. That's awful. Chalkland. Whew. Brutal. $5 trifecta. Yuck. All right, grade 3 Commonwealth. Sprint. 7 furlongs on the dirt. 4-year-olds and up. Got a grade 3. Big time layoff. For number 1, best actor. That's why we're getting 77 to 1. Hasn't raced since May 4th. And the next go. Sheesh. Hasn't been sprinting either. Has been going a mile. Cuts back to 7 furlongs. So, maybe. Got some early speed. But there's a lot of speed. Montalcino. Right now, Sherry DeVoe, Jose Ortiz. 2 to 1. just been winning. I believe Fairgrounds and the Thanksgiving Stakes did finish second in there. So other than that, horses looked good. 100, 103 for the speeds. Workouts look phenomenal too. 2-1 right now. Could be a little bit of a gift on this horse. But there's probably a couple other ones in here that are pretty stout as well. 3, we have Epic Ride coming from Turfway Park. We'll go a little bit further. Going back to 7 furlongs. Does have 2 wins. We'll get Luan Machado aboard yet again. But does come out of an optional claimer of 62 level. And then a couple of allowance races. We'll have some early speed to be dealt with. But other than that, obviously the horse comes out of the Bluegrass from a year ago and the Kentucky Derby. Haven't really done much since coming into these allowance races, and was heavy favorite in each one of those. 4, Carmel Chip. Carlos David, Manny Franco gets the mount here. Pretty good 92 speed figure, but again was in an optional claimer at the 62 level. So again, one that's going to step back up into Grade 6 company. With a horse that's going to probably sit in the mid-pack area. Nutella Fella taking some money right now. Gary Tessa, Joel Rosario, Bell Gable Stables. Buy Run Happy, this 4-year-old. Cheaply priced, $12,000. Has made over $314,000 lifetime. So there you go. If you're getting into horses, if you can find them like that, it makes it all worthwhile. Comes out of the Pelican at Tampa. First in there, did have Junior Alvarado in each, so we'll get Joel for the first time.
That one are we going to eat?
Later.
Huh?
Later.
I'm hungry.
I know. In a little bit.
I'm hungry. Can you give me something?
Mm-hmm.
I'm hungry.
Okay, just wait.
Oh.
Hoist the Gold, the 6 for Dallas Stewart, Brian Hernandez, Dream Team 1 Racing Stables. Currently 5-1, so kind of just hovering around where the morning line odds makers put this horse. Comes from a slew of Grade 2, Grade 1 stakes races. I mean, the best, probably the Cigar Mile or the Phoenix. Did go over to the Saudi Cup and ran 14th in there. Comes out of the Met. Grade 1 ran 3rd in there behind National Treasure and Post Time. So a lot of graded stakes races for this horse. Shut it. So this one looks pretty live at 5-1. Looks like they gave it a little bit of a tune-up in that optional claimer at the $80,000 level. Currently, right now, 5-1, pretty good value on Hoist the Gold, just because the horse is the class of this field. I like the tune-up that they decided to do at Fairgrounds, going 6 furlongs, so going to go back to 7 furlongs here. I mean, the horse has only won once at that distance, but I think it could run pretty big in here with a little bit of class relief. It doesn't have to run against the likes of Elite Power, National Treasure, Gun Pilot. So should have a little bit of easier go in here. 7, big price, 59-1 for Jesus Esquivel for Santos Senjor. Buy another one, buy Run Happy. Comes out of the, I believe that's the Dust Commander at Turfway Park. Going a mile and a 16th. So big cutback in here for this horse. Probably one that's going to be sitting ahead early. Does have some decent sized numbers, but we'll see if the cutback in distance can play a role. This horse not taking much money right now. 8, Hear Me Song. Not getting any attention whatsoever. Comes out of the Grade 2 Phoenix back in October. Finished 4th in there. Edgar Morales yet again. I don't know. This one's kind of interesting. Surprised it's not getting played a whole lot. Another one, again, that I said has some early speed. 9, Shirley Furious. Closing type horse. Comes out of some small optional claimers and small stakes races. The Ben Ali and the Kentucky Cup Classic were probably the 2 classes. Finished 6th in both of those. One with Abel Cedillo, one with Frankie Dettori. 10, Extra Anejo. I think this is the second top betting choice in here. Another one that's had a really good tune-up, $100,000 stakes race, and they ran a 90 Timeform US speed number. Should be one that's going to sit comfortably right in that mid-pack. It'd probably make a run late. So, stakes races. Looks like the West Virginia Governor, the grade 3, in there finished 4th behind Hit Show. We saw what Hit Show was able to do. So kind of a sneaky one in here on the far outside. 11, What You Talking About? Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz. Another one with a tune-up before this race and an optional. Went big in there, was able to win pretty easily. So going to stick to the same distance. We're going to go 7 furlongs. So this one should be tuned up and ready to go with the likes of Irad Ortiz aboard. And finally, the 12, we have Ashcroft, 55-1. Big price here by Munnings. John Hancock, Julian Leperoux, trying to make a start for the first time for trainer. John Hancock has been with the likes of Wesley Ward, Rob Hess, and John Sadler. So we'll see what happens. I believe it comes out of that Lafayette Junior Stakes and at Santa Anita finished 5th in there. Looks to be one that's going to sit a little close early, but from the outside, definitely going to be tough and at a big, big price. I just can't believe Hear Me Song's not getting any attention. Hoist the Gold, not taking very much money as well. Nutella Fella, taking money. All right, we'll go check out Statline. Again, brought to you by Equibase. We'll see what that gives us. Whoops. Skipped ahead too early. Looks like the 8, Hear Me Song, 80% right now. In the exactas at Keeneland. So the horse, Hear Me Song, kind of loves Keeneland, 5, 2, and 2. So it has some familiarity with the track. Looks like it came out of the October 4th Phoenix. And then a couple times back in the Commonwealth. And then obviously early on in its career. Sherry DeVoe, 33% when putting horses into stakes races. Following a claiming race, so number 2 has a little bit of a stat line advantage for trainer Sherry DeVoe. Once she goes from optional claimers into stakes races, she's hitting at 33%. Flavion Pratt and Steve Asmussen have not won a stakes race all year. 0 for 7. Pretty rough there. And the last one, Carlos David, I believe just has a trainer advantage, 33%. On the same with Carmel Chip going from an optional claimer into stakes racing as well. So, could be one with some value. We've seen favorite after favorite hit in pretty much every race. So the likes of probably the 2, and I believe it was Extra Anejo, the 10, being your favorites in here. Try to beat them. They're not big price favorites like we've seen. Probably the 2 right now at 2-1 is the lowest price that we will see in this race. I think there's a lot of other good horses in here. We could see Epic Ride run a big race, Nutella Fella, Hoist the Gold, and What You Talking About. all of these horses kind of in that under 10-1. Not necessarily chalk, but there's some good value there outside of the 2. Oops, and the 10.
Dad, guess what I find in my drawer?
Good job.
They put that in there.
Yeah,
Why?
because you can't throw it away.
Why? It's how it's glow in the dark.
I don't think that one doesn't glow in the dark.
Well, if you wash it, it does.
No,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't glow in the dark. All right. Should be getting close. We're probably at like 10. Yeah. 9-10 minutes. So here we go, heading out to the track. All right, we got to beat the chalk.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 38th running of the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes, 4-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double the wagering start of the All Stakes Pick 4. Jockey for the 4 Caramel Chip is Manny Franco, and the jockey for the 5 Nutella Fella, Joel Rosario. Post time 6 minutes. Now the post parade, number 1 Best Actor, is owned by Steve Moger, trained by Ed Moger Jr. Evan Roman is the jockey. Montalcino, number 2. Races for Twin Brook Stables of Bruce Fenimore, Runnels Racing of Scott Runnels, Henley Farms of Jana Barbie, trained by Cherie DeVoe. The jockey, Jose Ortiz. 3 Epic Ride, owned by Welch Racing LLC of George Huff, trained by John Ennis, Luan Machado to ride. 4 Caramel Chip, owned by Bianco Stable of Alessio Bianco, trained by Carlos David. Manny Franco is up. 5 Nutella Fella, owned by the Bell Gable Stable LLC of Nick Beaver, trained by Gary Contessa. The jockey, Joel Rosario. 6 Hoist the Gold, owned by Dream Team 1 Racing Stable of James Culver, trained by Dallas Stewart. The jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. 7 Prince of Power, owned by Brian Carney, trained by Jesus Esquivel. Santos Anjur is up. 8 Hear My Song, owned by Nathan Hayden, trained by Billy Stinson. The jockey, Edgar Morales. 9 Surly Furious, owned by Novogratz Racing Stables Incorporated of Joseph Novogratz, trained by Glenn Wismer. Edgard Zayas to ride. 10 Extra Anejo, Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, Steve Asmussen, Flavian Pratt. 11 What You Talking About? Races for the Ice Wine Stable of David Reed, trained by Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. 12 Ashcroft, owned by Deborah Barkley, trained by John Hancock, the jockey, Julian Leperoux. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Looking front side at the number 4 horse, Caramel Chip, warming up under Manny Franco for Carlos David. This is a 7-year-old horse that's won a dozen races. There was a period in time where Caramel Chip was an absolute force and seemingly couldn't lose in Starter Allowance Company. Since losing that eligibility, they have put into a position where he has been running against allowance types and graded stakes types. But here is a colt or 7-year-old horse who just won an allowance race going 7 furlongs. He's won here in the past at Keeneland. He's not faced these types of horses that he's facing today, arguably since his run in the Grade 3 Mr. Prospector, where he was 4th at 100 to 1 to Mufasa in that Grade 3 event at Gulfstream Park. But he is a winning type. 12 wins, 43 starts, a war horse to say the least. And same can be said for the 8, Hear My Song. He's 7 years old. He won this race in April of 2023 at odds of 11 to 1. So he's no stranger to being able to pull off an upset. He's got great course form. He's 22 to 1 right now for William Stinson Jr. We haven't seen him in 6 months since the Grade 2 Stolkeen and Ogden Phoenix Stakes here at Keeneland in the fall meet. So coming in fresh, he knows how to win here. He knows how to win this race, and he looks very proud of himself as he's warming up there here this afternoon with Edgar Morales in the saddle. Montalcino remains the favorite at odds of 2 to 1, 3 minutes to post to start the All Stakes Pick 4, and the pool quickly approaching $300,000.
All right, sorry, we're back. Get your bets in. We got 3 minutes, I do believe. Throw it down in the comments if you can. Leave a like if you're watching. Comment the number you're going with.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 38th running of the Commonwealth, Grade 3, start of the All Stakes, pick 4.
All right. Again, depending on the trends, exactas have been going. Favorites over long shots. So right now you can almost go with the 2 and the 10. Put them over the long shots. Because you have the 1 at 59 to 1, the 4 at 34, the 7 at 76, 8 at 20 to 1, 9 at 99 to 1, and the 12 at 64. Just the way the track's been playing. Chalky. But the exactas have been paying pretty good. If we can get a big price underneath of them. Got to figure out which long shot. There's some big ones in here. Money's starting to come in on Hear Me Song. All right. See if we can at least break 10 likes. There's like 20 of us in here watching. If you're able to, hit that like button. We only need 3 more. I think we're at 7. Let's see if we can get it to 10 at least for the day.
Now can we?
What would you like?
Huh?
What would you like?
Can I get fine?
Get rid of fruit snack. What do you want?
Moving into line race 7.
No.
No, I said to that.
I did not.
No, Mommy.
Oh, she did? No, we're not eating them today.
Dad,
Not right now.
why? Why can I not put the water on now?
Come here.
Into line.
Huh? I'm just gonna go do it.
Don't.
Yeah.
What you talking about comes
They
forward.
all smell good now and there.
It's all right.
So I still
6. Brian
Tell us
Hernandez.
about
Good luck, egg.
Blow 'em out.
No.
Yeah. Yes, Dad. Okay, I'm gonna do it. If you don't, then I'm gonna put a spell on you.
No. Shh.
Okay?
Quit. What happened with the 5 there?
I'm going with the number purple.
I know you like the purple horses. Get out of here.
Number 3.
Is that what his name is?
Yeah.
Number 3.
Dad, what do you want to eat? Yeah. I'm going home lunch. I want to eat for dinner. I was going to eat it from here. And you have to come here. Oh my God, mine.
We're going to get a scratch here? What happened? A day going with the 2 and the 5. Good luck. I don't know. I can't tell if looks like the 5 and the 6 are not in. The 12's not in. Nutella fella. Can't. I think that's the 5 right there that they're trying to get in the gate. Oh, geez. He ate too much Nutella. Okay, they're putting in the 12. 5 does not want to go in the gate today. Reared up again. And now the 4 is getting all... Oh, there went the jockey on the 4. Damn. He just got launched like 5 feet behind that horse. We're going to get scratches, folks. Can't tell who's off back there. The 10. Jockey's off the 10. Yeah, the 5's blowing them all up because now I think they're taking everybody out. No, the 5 would just... Was that the 5? Nope, they're backing him out. So who's going to be scratched? Jockey's off the 4. Looks like all hell's breaking loose behind the gate. Come on, don't leave him in there. Take him out of the gate, too.
Horses now being backed out of the gate. Windows remain open.
Oh, shit. Looked like 11 was stuck. Well, there goes my bets. Yep, 11's gonna scratch.
Scratch number 11. What you talking about?
Damn,
Injured in the gate.
that sucks.
Keeneland 7th race. Late scratch. Scratch the 11. What you talking about? Injured in the gate.
Wow. I really thought they were gonna scratch the 5 horse, not the 11. Not sure who that helps. Well, we like the 11, folks. So now, guess we're going with the 2 and the 10. Kind of waiting to see if anybody else is going to scratch, but the 4 launched his jockey. The 5 wouldn't go in the gate. Man, we got people speaking French. We got people from New Zealand. Welcome to the Inside Post, folks. All right, I guess we're going to get a little bit of a reload here. See what happens. Pure chaos, though. Yeah, number 6, Hoist the Gold, definitely is alive. A live one in here, I think 4-1, 5-1, maybe. Had a little tune-up in an optional claiming race. Picked up a win there. I mean, it's probably the class of the field, just of what this horse has been able to run against. So, rightfully so, the 6 should run big.
Once again, moving into line for race 7, the Commonwealth. Surly Furious comes forward. Here's Caramel.
Big race. Grade 3 Commonwealth. Let's go.
Extra Anejo.
Got people on the 2, people on the 5, somebody on the 6. We're sticking with the 2, 10, and 4 in here for a trifecta. We got a couple other wagers.
Last one goes in. They're at the post. They're off in the common.
Good luck, everybody.
There's Hoist the Gold out for the lead. Extra Anejo is right there as well. Epic Ride kicks in. Montalcino. And Montalcino moves up toward the inside. Epic Ride alongside of that one as they go 1-2. Hoist the Gold is in third. Prince of Power is fourth toward the outside. Surly Furious fifth out in the center of the racetrack. Gap of 4 more lengths. Extra Anejo is sixth. Just to the outside of horses. Caramel Chip, seventh back toward the inside. Hear My Song is in eighth. As they enter the far turn, Best Actor ninth. Ashcroft is in 10th. The Telefella last of the 11, 21.83 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Montalcino the leader. Montalcino leads it by a length and a half. Epic Ride is second, 3/4 of a length. Hoist the Gold is third up on the outside. They're midway on the far turn. A gap of 5 more lengths. Prince of Power has lost some ground. Back into the fourth spot. Extra Anejo moves off the rail. Fifth, still 9 from the front, just over a quarter mile to go. Montalcino has the lead off the turn. Epic Ride between horses. Hoist the Gold up on the far outside is still third. Montalcino is the leader. Montalcino by 2.5 lengths. Hoist the Gold tries to take aim but is still second on the outside. Extra Anejo down the center of the track. Then Epic Ride is in fourth. Extra Anejo, Hoist the Gold trying to reel in Montalcino at the 16th pole as they run through the final furlong. Extra Anejo will get there for Flavian Pratt on the line to win the Commonwealth. Montalcino was home second. Hoist the Gold was across the wire in third.
Finally, Flavian Pratt wins a race. Well, we had the 10 and the 2 with everything. We had the long shots, though. We had 2-10-8, 2-10-4.
It's the $1 million baby, Extra Anejo, coming over the top to pull off this win in the Grade 3 Commonwealth Stakes. And Montalcino, he took pressure. You have to go fast from those inside draws when you've got the speed that Montalcino does. Epic Ride
No
was
luck.
pressuring him. Ends up
Didn't go
catching up with
2-10-6.
him late. And Extra Anejo took advantage of it for Winchell Thoroughbred, Steve Asmussen, and Flavian
10,
Pratt,
2,
scoring odds
6,
of 4-1.
3 maybe? He sure made it look easy, though. Great ride. I got you. Whoops. Guess they're showing the purchase of Extra Anejo. I mean, 10 over 2 paid 16. That's not terrible. $10, 2, 6. Yeah, I thought it was 10 over there. The 3 was 4th, but oh well. The first race, Chalk did not win,
Seventh race, number 10, Extra Anejo first.
and we didn't have a long shot come in second.
2, Montalcino was second. Number 6, Hoist the Gold third. Number 3, Epic Ride fourth. 10-2-6-3 unofficial.
Good betting race. I'm pretty sure all the top 4 betting options all finished in the top 4, basically. Nutella fell. I'm not sure where he ended up, but I figured he would kind of be a little wild since he would not go in the gate.
Results of race 7 official, 10-2-6-3, the official results. Official winner of race 7, 38th running of the Commonwealth Stakes, grade 3, number 10, Extra Anejo. Owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, Steve Asmussen, the trainer. 3 wins today for Flavian Pratt. Extra Anejo, a 5-year-old son of Into Mischief, out of Superiority Complex.
It does not seem like Flavian Pratt has 3 wins on the day. Jeez.
Keeneland September graduate Extra Anejo. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.63.
All right, to the 8th. Hopefully somebody cashed a ticket there. We got the grade 1 Madison. Number 1. Positano Sunset. Ian Welch, Julian Leperoux by Golden Sense, 5-year-old mare in here. Comes out of a couple grade 3s. The grade 1 Ballerina, probably her biggest race. Finished 4th in there. Other than that, the Chicago, probably her best race, or the Autobahn, where she's ran into some tough competition before in Society, Scylla, Vava. Not going to have the likes of Society and Vava, but she will have to go against Scylla yet again. So she's going to be up against it for sure. Kind of comes into a handicap at Tampa, 92 speed figured. Probably just to like...
Is Mom getting dinner?
Maybe.
Huh?
Maybe.
She is?
I don't know.
Then why did
So this should be a little bit of a tune-up. Preparing her for the grade 1 Madison. Number 2, Emery. Probably the favorite, rightfully so, Flavian Pratt going for. I think they said this will be his 4th win if you can pick up one here for Brad Cox. Stone Street Sables, 4-year-old Buy More Than Ready. Just phenomenal slate, career of races. Second in the test, winner of the Victory Ride, 4th in the Frazette, 2nd in the Ravens Run, and then the Gulfstream Park Indians Inside Info. Finished 2nd in there behind Mystic Lake. He's ran against the likes of My Main Squeeze and Mystic Lake several times. So it could be down between a couple of these horses, but Emery has been the betting favorite in majority of those races. Probably going to be some early speed fraction set by Emery. I would assume that's what the connections are going to want to do. Press the pace, sitting off of it just a little bit. No need to go really fast for her to be successful. So I think she'll run pretty big in here yet again. 8-5 though. Going to be tough as far as, any value. 4, My Main Squeeze. Ran 2nd to her in the Ravens Run. So comes off a chunk of a layoff. For Mike Maker. Manny Franco will get the mount in here. This one, she's by Audible. 4-year-old. 7-1 currently is where she's sitting at on the board. So we'll see what the money flows back and forth between her, Mystic Lake, Emery, and Positano Sunset. Another one with a slew of graded stakes races. The Dogwood and the 8 Bells, I believe, were her 2 victories in the grade 2 and a grade 3. She gets beat out by Torpedo Anna in the Acorn, and then Ways and Means and Emery beat her out in the test. So she comes back into this Madison looking to pick up another successful graded stakes race. Mystic Lake is the casino I go to. Hunch play. Yep, put it all on there. Dazzling Moon, Safi Joseph. Safi likes this horse. He went out on social media and talked this horse up quite a bit.
I broke something.
Oh, okay. What'd you break?
I saw my starboard.
Oh, okay. I'll go fix it in a minute.
Okay.
This one comes out of the Royal Delta, Grade 3 Stakes race, Gulfstream Park. Like I said, he's talked this horse up
It's not my toy Thoroughbred, it's my Lego.
about being pretty good and ready to run in here, so we shall see. Looks to be one that's going to press the pace a little bit in here as well. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Scylla scratched out of this race. My bad. I should have looked at that ahead of time. 7, Justique, Sherry DeVoe, Jose Ortiz. I think Sherry DeVoe's kind of struggled today. Comes out of 2 lower level races at the Carousel Stakes and an optional claiming race. When she goes to stakes races, she's kind of struggled. Probably her best was maybe the Royal, I don't know what that one's called, the Grade 3 Royal at Santa Anita on turf. So we'll see if, her going to dirt is our choice. And again, Savvy Joseph has another one in Mystic Lake with Irad Ortiz, the 9-5. Currently on this one, comes out of the inside info in there, beating out Emery. And doing it kind of going from the lead and then kind of battling back on the rail. So we'll see what this one's able to do from the outside rather than having it, the rail to be given up. But I think this one has enough speed to kind of be dangerous early as well. Winner of I think that's the Charlestown Oaks, the Miss Preakness. I thought she had another one in here. Nope, that was it. I guess the inside info. So she does have some graded stakes races. She goes in the Grade 1 Cotillion, gets beat out by, yes, Torpedo Anna. So comes back in here out of her inside info victory. Probably going to be, tied for the top 2 choices. Her and Emery, and maybe even Justique, but I think Emery and Mystic Lake are probably the 2 danger horses in here for sure. Kind of like the other Saffy Joseph, Dazzling Moon. That's kind of like a big question mark of what to do with this horse. My main squeeze is going to be a player late, going to be running late for sure for Mike Maker. So another good race on the betting side of it. Going to be a little bit tougher. You got 2, 3 really good horses in here that are going to take majority of the money and be kind of lower odds. Emery was supposed to have Luis Machado, Flavion Pret, took that mount, and my main squeeze went from Luis Saez to Manny Franco. To the doubles, again, the 1 and the 8, or the 2 and the 8 taking money. Same thing with the pick 3s, the 2 and the 8. Taking money in those as well. Currently, exactas, if you play the 2-8 exacta, you're looking at $5 or $6 on a return. The 2 and the 8 over any of the long shots in here. If you go with the 7 or the 4 or the 5, 12 and $42, 16 and $55. So could be very interesting. Could Saffy Joseph run 1 and 2? Or will it be the other Saffy Joseph with the Brad Cox horse? Definitely interesting betting choices that we have. Kind of wish Skillet did not scratch out. I think it would have been awesome to see her run against that puts 4 or 5 really good horses in here. Makes it pretty good.
come and
Oh,
do
yeah, I need to fix it.
it?
Yep.
I got the page right here.
Okay. And we're back again.
No,
The TV's on.
no, it's sad.
It's okay if it's an ad. Come back on. It will be on.
I want Carl.
It's on. All right. Again, sorry. 8 minutes to post. I don't think I've put in our selections. Whoops. I feel like we're going to get an upset in this race. Anybody else feeling that? I feel like this race probably will be off a little bit just because we were running behind in that last race. So this one may take a little bit longer to load. Because they haven't even went riders up yet and we got 5 minutes. So there we go. Finally got riders up. See what we can do. We're going to get a little crazy. We went with the 2 and the 8. So Emery, Mystic Lake, over the 5, Dazzling Move. Trying to get that Safi Joseph Exacta. And just because we went with $10 to win on number 5. Put it down in the comments. Who do you got
Horses are
for the Grade 1 Madison?
Keeneland's 8th race, 24th running of the Resolute Racing Madison Grade 1. Stakes for fillies and mares, age 4 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start at the late pick 4. Scratch 3 Harbor Springs and also scratch the 6 Scylla. Jockey for the 2 Emery Flavian Pratt. Number 2 Emery Flavian Pratt, and the jockey for number 4 My Main Squeeze. The jockey is Manny Franco. Post time in about 3 minutes.
I think Manny Franco rides that 4-horse hard. For sure. I left it out. I just think she's ran into Emery and Mystic Lake before and has had trouble with them. Did not use her, but jockey switch always kind of plays a role into it. Manny Franco's going to ride hard. Like, could be sneaky. Definitely has value at 6-1.
My Main Squeeze, owned by William Butler and Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout. Trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Manny Franco. 5 Dazzling Move, owned by Miller Racing LLC of Myron Miller. Trained by Sappy Joseph Jr., Edgard Zayas, the jockey. 6 is Scratch, 7 Justique, races for CRK Stable LLC of Lee Searing. Trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Jose Ortiz. And number 8, Mystic Lake, owned by C2 Racing Stable LLC of Clint and Mark Cornett. Owned also by Stefania Farms LLC of Edwin Wilson. Trained by Sappy Joseph Jr. The jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr.
Damn, if you're getting 9-1 and your bookmaker's in New Zealand, I mean, right now she's 6-1 here, so I mean, there's could be some value. Yeah. If you have win, play, show wagering over there, bet it.
Award for the Resolute Racing Madison Stakes. Oscar Quinteros Hernandez, the groom for number 1, Positano Sunset. Congratulations, Oscar.
And Positano Sunset 13-1 on the board right now. This is a mare that prepped for this race in a handicap event down at Tampa Bay Downs and did so successfully. And you go through her career resume and you look at the types of horses that she's faced off against. She's run against Zeitlos and Vava and Society on multiple occasions in graded stakes, Grade 1 company. She's got form here at Keeneland Racecourse. 3 races, a win, 2 second-place finishes. A definite live long shot at odds of 13-1. An established mare by Golden Sense for Ian Wilkes. Don't sleep on Positano Sunset, our best turned out for today's Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 24th running of the Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison Stakes. Start at the late pick 4.
We got the exacta on the 8-2.
Moving into line, race 8.
Hopefully they get back to schedule. It's been 0 minutes for a while, so let's get them in the gate. There we go. Good luck, everybody. We got even money now on number 2. Mystic Lake, 2-1.
Positano Sunset and now Emery moving into line. By Main Squeeze moving into the gate. Dazzling Move.
Should go quick.
Mystic Lake will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Resolute Racing Madison Stakes. Mystic Lake comes out for the early lead, but Emery right there at her inside. These two come forward together, matching strides here early on. Mystic Lake outward from the rail, Emery there to the inside, and Dazzling Move joins them from the far outside. A close-up third, then another length and a half back to My Main Squeeze, who is fourth, followed by Positano Sunset in fifth, and a gap of just over 3 more lengths back to Justique, who is last of the 6 as they head for the far turn. Back up front, Mystic Lake to the outside, ahead in front, Emery there to the inside as they head for the turn with Dazzling Move next. She's third, a half length. Positano Sunset, My Main Squeeze, and then further back, Justique. It was 22.68 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Emery to the inside, hugs the rail around the far turn. Mystic Lake is there. Dazzling Move seeks to join them. Third up on the far outside, still a length off the front pair as they turn for home. My Main Squeeze has to go to the center of the track. Positano Sunset is in behind horses, looking for some running room. Emery, Mystic Lake, then Dazzling Move. Positano Sunset finds running room now, and My Main Squeeze down the far outside. My Main Squeeze, Emery, Mystic Lake,
Jeez, oh,
Positano
Pete.
Sunset. 4 of them battling for the win in the Resolute Racing Madison. Final 16th. Positano Sunset, the best turned out, is the winner of the Resolute Racing Madison under jockey Julien Leperoux for a 14-1 upset.
Well, anybody have the 1? We basically talked about every other one.
The battle-tested
But the
mare,
one horse.
Positano Sunset, having run against some of the best female sprinters over the past few seasons throughout the Midwest, able to use that to her advantage here today because she had to split horses, took a blow down the lane, but she dug in and got the victory for Julien Leperoux as she strides away from this group to pick up the Grade 1 Resolute Racing Madison.
Some things don't make sense. That does not make sense. Was 5th in her last Grade 3, 4th in the Ballerina, 2nd in the Grade 2 Chicago behind Vava, 6th in the Winning Colors, 6th in the Devonna Dale, 4th in the Forward Gal. Like, just make it make sense. It's just ran her race today for the 5-year-old. I think all these other ones were 4. No, Justique was 5. Well, Maybe the 2 routes and then the 1 sprint. Kind of set her up for to go sprint again. And she did put in 2 good workouts. Guess you could say she likes the track. I guess you could. That was our beat the chalk there. Not really blowing up the tote board, but that'll help the late pick 4, the late pick 5 for sure.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race, the 1 Positano Sunset was first. The results are now official. The 1 Positano Sunset first, the 2 Emery was second, 4 My Main Squeeze third, and number 8 Mystic Lake fourth. 1, 2, 4, 8 results official. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 24th running of the Resolute Racing Madison Grade 1, number 1 Positano Sunset, owned by 6 Collins Stables LLC of Brad Stevens, owned by Randall Block, John
$40. Exacta $58 try. Not sure where the rest of the results are. All right. Probably the toughest race on the card. The Grade 2 Shakertown. Going to the turf, going 5.5 furlongs. So we are going to be booking and cooking. They're going to go fast. And we have almost a full betting field. We have 1 scratch. So we should have 10 horses. And all of them are absolute runners. There may be a couple long shots, but there's no possibly clear favorite in here. So basically, throw a dart, take your pick. We'll try to help you out the best we can. Let's take a look. Number 1, Run Carson. Kelsey Danner puts John Velasquez aboard. MBS Stables, sired Macklin's Music. Currently 4-1. Getting a little bit of play early. Comes out of the holiday shear. Had Turfway Park runs a 98 in there, going 6 furlongs. Bounced around a couple of allowance races, but looks to be one that's in really good form right now. Johnny Velasquez was on this horse, Belmont at Aqueduct. Back in October, picked up a win. Flavion Pratt has been on the horse in an allowance. Was beat out by Howard Wallowitz at Turfway Park, though. But definitely gave the best effort that day for sure. So one that is trending up. One that looks to be in really good form as well. 4-1. This one's probably worth a win wager for sure. If we can stick to 4-1 on Run Carson. Number 2, Our Shot was 7-2 on the morning line. Not really taking a whole lot of money for John Terranova. Joel Rosario gets the leg up. This one's by Quinteros. Comes out of the Turf Dash, Tampa Bay. Finished third in there. Was pretty heavy favorite. Was in the Grade 2 Woodford. Nice speed figure that day. Was able to win with Luis Saez aboard. Beat out Arzak. So another one that was trending in the right direction. And then I don't know what happened in the Turf Dash. Just nothing, no punch that day is what the notes say. So probably one that's kind of going to bounce around this value of 6-1. So another one has some good value. 4 for 2. Or 4 starts, 2 wins at Keeneland. So likes this track. Likes the turf course. Going this distance, 8-3-3. So another one that's kind of put up some wins, put up some second places, going this distance in this quick sprint. Arzak, Michael Trombata, giving Irad Ortiz the leg up yet again. This one was beat out by Coppola. Last time out in the Janus down at Gulfstream Park, they went 5 furlongs. Pretty fast, under a minute in there. So expect him to go fast yet again. Ran second that day. Kind of had a pretty good rally, was 3 wide. So maybe coming from off the pace is what Arzak's going to try to do in here. Irad Ortiz has kind of struggled a little bit at Keeneland, so definitely not understanding giving 7-2, but I guess it's kind of like a cold 7-2 right now. Rogue Lightning ships in for Tom Clover, Flavion Pratt. Sired by Kodiak here from Great Britain. This is an Irish bred horse. Is yet to ship over. I believe this will be the first start for this horse in the States. Has been at Longchamp, York, Ascot, comes out of that King Charles, finished 11th in there. But has ran against some really good horses. Has one Grade 3 stakes win last time out in the Duncan Sprint, or the Duquesne Sprint. So looks really good shipping over. Usually it takes a race or two before we see these horses really kind of catch their stride coming over here to the American turf. Valentine Candy, Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz, currently 6-1. 2 wins in his last 2 starts. Big early type speed runner. And here comes out of, looks like maybe lower level stakes race with the 98. And then backed it up with an allowance. Goes to the turf for the first time. Iman, Joseph Orsano, Edgar Zayas by Pioneer of the Nile, 7-year-old. Tries to run it back. Finished 3rd in the Shakertown, I believe, last year. So going to try to go back again. We'll have to, again, beat out the horse that beat him in Arzak. Or beat her in Arzak. Sorry. Beat him in Arzak. 8, Pekoff, Brittany Russell, Brian Hernandez by Munnings. Another 5-year-old. Just kind of been playing around in some optional claiming races. Won one of those. Has yet to been at Keeneland. 4-1 on the turf. Rightfully so, 39-1. Definitely a far outstretched long shot coming in here. Mischievous Rogue, Brittany Venberg. Christopher Emig getting the mount by End Mischief, old timer, 7-year-old. 3-1-1 at Keeneland, 4-2 at the distance. Comes out of the Big Daddy at Turfway Park. Finished 4th in there behind a Rest Me Red, No Balls. An optional claiming race at Turfway Park. Was beat out by Epic Ride. Not right now. That's some pretty good works for Mischievous Rogue. Looks to be a late type runner, but they're going to go fast, so hopefully it doesn't get too buried up behind this field. And number 10, Coppola, Del Romans, Manny Franco. 2 wins, the Janus and I believe the Gulfstream Park Turf Sprint. Good numbers in there, 96 and 95. 2 wins under its belt so far. Has yet to pick up a win at Keeneland, however. I believe it was in the Woodford and the Shakertown. Again, last year was beat out by Arzak and Amon. And the last, number 11, Think Big, Go Dolphin Owned, Michael Stidham, Ben Curtis. Another one floating around some optional claiming races. Speed figure looks good in that last one, but it was a low-level optional claimer. Put it back in there. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he tell you that?
Yeah.
Okay. So kind of DRF picks, kind of all over the place. Coppola, Run Carson, Our Shot, and Rogue Lightning all getting a lot of attention right now. Let's see, we haven't looked at the stat lines. Are we in race 9? Shoot.
Hey, Dad. When I'm not gonna be here, I'm hungry.
A couple more minutes. Go watch. I don't know.
I don't watch breakfast.
Okay, buddy. We got Arzak, currently ROI of $11 on the service at Keeneland. So one that definitely...
Wait a minute. Dad, can I blow the candles out?
No.
Yeah.
Arzak, ROI of $11 at Keeneland and this distance. So definitely one that's really good at the track and at the distance. Our Shot to be considered in exactas. Obviously 75%, which rightfully so. The horse is really strong. Trainer Kelsey Danner has never won a turf sprint at Keeneland. He's 0 for 11. That's the one. Run Carson. Maybe Kelsey Danner breaks that curse. Del Romans, however, 0 for 24 at turf sprint races at Keeneland. That's a pretty tough beat right there for Del Romans, bringing in Coppola. 0 for 24. Ouch. And, again, Arzak being able to hit the board. Really good at hitting the board for the 3 in a lot of these races at Keeneland and at the distance. So, include Arzak into your wagering for first, second, or third. Take note of the rest. Run Carson Run. Trainer struggling at Keeneland. So we'll see if any of that kind of plays differently. Should be getting pretty close. We're almost under 10, and we'll go to the paddock. Again, in the comments, throw out your number. Who are you liking? Who do you want to see more of? Money's starting to come back in on Arzak here. Let's go check out the wheel pace. Look at those wheel pace. I mean, tight group in here. The 1 and the 3 currently are the ones that took some money into the multi-race wagering. The 3 being the favorite right now in the pick 3. Sneakily, the 10 kind of taking some money as well. But the 1 and the double leading the way. And the 4 taking some money as well. Rogue Lightning. But should be a really good race for sure. Watch out. Move it away from the picture.
I can't stop.
Well, you moved it the wrong way, buddy.
This one.
Do what?
That's why I'm not good at now.
You right?
Yeah.
Easy.
Did you see my mom is? Huh? Huh?
What?
Did you see my mom is?
Yeah, I will.
Dad, do you think I'm on full or not?
Probably.
Let's go try. Dad, watch.
Who's Ryan hollering at in there?
Caleb.
Who?
Caleb.
I don't know who that is.
Why? Who are you yelling at in here? Who is it? He's shouting at Adrian.
Okay.
Adrian. Are you ready, my mom?
In a minute. Hey.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 29th running of the Valvoline Global Shakertown Grade 2. 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. The rail at 20 feet. Double the pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 6, None Hudson scratched. Jockey for the 2-hour shot will be Joel Rosario, and the jockey for the 10, Coppola, Manny Franco. 6 minutes to post. Number 1 is Run Carson, owned by the NBS stable of John Valentine, trained by Kelsey Danner. John Velasquez is up. 2-hour shot, owned by the Gatsis stables of Mike Gatsis, owned also by Steve Schoenfeld and John Terranova, trained by John Terranova. Joel Rosario, the jockey. 3 Arzak races for Sonata stable of Mark Thatcher, trained by Mike Trombetta. Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. 4 Rogue Lightning, owned by Watnan Racing of Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, trained by Tom Clover, Flavian Pratt. 5 is Valentine Candy, owned by William and Corinne Heiligbrok, Jackpot Farm of Terry Green, Whispering Oaks Farm LLC of Carol Castile, Coteau Grove Farms, Keith and Ginger Myers, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 6 is Scratch, 7 is Amon, owned by Robert Cochran, trained by Joe Orsino, Edgar Zayas, the jockey. Number 8, Petcock, owned by George Sharp, trained by Brittany Russell. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 9, Mischievous Rogue, owned by Alice McEwen, trained by Brittany Vandenberg, the jockey Chris Amy.
Dad, my mom gonna be here.
Number 10, Coppola,
12.
owned by Hamilton Stable of Michael Karras, Sport of Kings Racing Partnership LLC of Robert
Yes.
Aronson and Michael Karras.
20 minutes.
By Dale Williams. Manny Franco will ride.
Egg, if you're still with us, this is your type of race, man. Turf sprint.
Dolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Mike Stidham, jockey Ben Curtis. Post time in 3 minutes.
All right, those of you that are currently watching, we're at 9 likes. Try to get us to 10. We need one more like. Go hit that like button. Put in the comments your pick for the Shakertown.
Closing in on post time for the Valvoline Global Grade 2 Shakertown. Our shot, Joel Rosario picks up the mount there. And here's another horse with phenomenal course form here at Keeneland. He's made nearly $300,000 in his races here. He won the Grade 2 Woodford in the fall of last year. And in last year's Shakertown, wasn't beaten all that far. He was beaten a length and a quarter to finish 4th in the Shakertown. So 6-1, certainly a live runner in here at a very good price. The outside runner, the 11, is a horse on the upward trend. That is Think Big for Michael Stidham. Ben Curtis with a stakes win earlier this week on opening week, and Michael Stidham leaning on him in this situation as he's done so good with him down at Fairgrounds. And Gabby Gaudet very high on this horse at 8-1. Really impressed by his run at Fairgrounds at the beginning of February. He'll be closing into him, and that extra half furlong and 5.5 furlongs is certainly a benefit for him, and we've seen a result of that in his last two turf races, and really he has blossomed since moving over to the turf course. And then finally, we'll leave it to look at Arzak at 3-1. He came out without the pony, but boy, did he come out to the course with his game face on. And this is what I'm talking about. With him acting the way that he did in the paddock and normally does, just look at his presence out there on the racetrack under Irad Ortiz Jr. He is all business right now, and he is a high-level performer. He's going to be tough, in my opinion, in this race. Beautiful chestnut son of Not This Time. The Valvoline Global Shakertown is coming up next in less than 3 minutes.
All right, about a minute to post.
Starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 29th running of the Valvoline Global Shakertown.
Easy. Watch Colby.
Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. Come here.
Watching. Mm-hmm. I said watch out.
Definitely needs to come. Dad, tumble out the candles.
No.
Why?
Because I said.
They smell good though. It smells good now in there though. It smells good.
No, it does not. How do you do? Who you like in this race? Beckett?
Purple.
Number 10?
Yeah, I'm having on purple.
You like number 10? His name's Capola.
Purple and Pampola?
Mm-hmm. It's the name of him. Capola.
Dad, do you have two pictures of them?
Of the horses? Yeah, I got a couple.
How many do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, you wanna watch it? They're in the gate.
Can I get up there with you?
Sure. You can give everybody a hi.
Hi.
Road
How do
lightning
we
comes
get
forward.
to the red? Don't know how we get to the red.
Nicholas Rogue. Valentine Candy and Coppola.
There it is, number 10.
Think big, the last
I
one.
guess like this
Hold the
number.
watch.
Forward.
10?
Yeah.
1, 0.
1 0.
Here we go. They're gonna go fast. Good luck, everybody. Somebody's jumping up and down in the gate.
And they're off in the Valvoline Global Shaker
And
Town. Coppola
Look at the
right into
10,
stride,
dude.
goes right out
Yeah.
the Coppola clears the
What
inside
the-
traffic, gets over to the rail well before the entry to the far turn. Rogue Lightning is second.
That's
now just a
crazy.
length off the leader.
That thing
Arzak tucked away neatly in the
like
third
shot out of there,
position.
didn't he?
Valentine Candy
Oh,
between
why
horses,
isn't
fourth,
this
Big Broadside
walking?
is fifth.
Well,
Run
that's 'cause it's a
Parsons
different
sixth, back
screen.
toward the inside, Hour shot seventh against the rail. As they enter the turn, Petkoff is next up on the outside, travels in 8th spot. And then Mischievous Rogue next to last, and Amon is last of the 10. The opening quarter, 22.24
What's the
seconds.
10?
Coppola, the leader, around the far
Yeah, right
turn.
Hold on.
Rogue Lightning is second, a length and a half. Now 2 lengths separate the top 2 at the top.
I don't think anybody's gonna catch him, buddy.
Huh?
I don't think anybody's gonna catch him. He is dogging him. Wow.
Taking aim from the outside in the final
Purple,
Think Big is
purple.
third. Coppola has the lead. Rogue
Purple.
Lightning is still there. Arzak is in behind horses down toward the inside. Here's Rogue Lightning.
Nope, the 4 just won.
Think Big to second. Rogue Lightning and
Oh,
then
he's
Think
getting
Big.
up.
Maybe the 11.
Outside, Rogue Lightning
Wow, the
outside.
11 came back.
Big gets up in time to win the Valvoline Global Shakertown for Ben Curtis.
But they do it
Wow.
at night, not the morning.
Benjamin Curtis winning some big races this spring.
Yeah.
Number 11 won. Sorry.
Well,
You said purple. That was number 10.
what's 11?
He's the gray one.
What a big few
Okay.
days for jockey Ben Curtis here.
There's
in
a
the first
purple?
few race
No,
days of
purple one's right
the
here.
spring in
Then he gets passed by the
2025 as
4.
Think Big is able to
11
rally
wins
from
it.
off the pace and reel in Rogue Lightning, who put together a strong performance, tracking just off a Coppola, who did what he had to do to go out in the front end like he likes to do, but he
Wow.
weakened, and over the top comes Think Big.
I
think it was
at odds of
11,
10
4,
to
7.
1 for trainer Michael
Yeah,
Stidham
11,
and Godolphin,
4,
taking the Shakertown presented by Valvoline Global.
Sheesh. Anybody have the 11? Big price there. The trifecta will pay pretty good as well. We did not have the 11. We had the 4 and the 7. We had 1, 3, 4, 7, but shucks. Oops, sorry. What are you doing? Why are you buzzing? Darn it. Darn it, darn it.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race, number 11.
What are
Think
you
Big
going to say
first.
after this? He
Number
said
4,
that.
Rogue Lightning second. Number 7, Amon was third. The 2-hour shot was fourth. 11.472 unofficial.
I did not know what to say. I did not know what
There's
to
nothing to say. We lost. We lost.
Oh, we can still say stuff
Oh, what? Like what?
and this.
Oh, yeah, but we don't need to yet.
Mm-hmm. I need to say something to him.
Who?
Like at the top. Yeah. Yeah. Dad, can I tell him something right now?
What do you want to tell him?
Like our pearl did not win.
You can tell him the 10 did not win.
And time they did not win.
Okay.
Dad, that was so. Dad, you do that other part and I'll do the perf. Dad, you say the purple
Whoa,
one
slow down.
first.
We got one more race and then we'll be done. Okay. Whoa, sorry. That threw you off. What number should we pick or what color you want to pick?
Purple.
There isn't a purple on this one. We got numbers 1 through 7.
1, 3, 7.
Number 4.
Can you point on this? Can you touch this?
No, not this one.
Where are you picking?
I don't know. May go with your 4.
No, you go with
There
that
you go.
number, the teeth.
Inside post pick. Little man picks the 4. Owen Almighty for the Bluegrass.
Ow.
We'll see. We don't need to make sound. Oh, there's the pay. Let's see what the payouts were. Sheesh, $22 winner, $60 exacta, $500 try.
When Mama gonna be here?
In a minute. I should watch out the window. Easy. Easy, easy.
But I see ya. But
You don't know what you're talking about. All right. Hey, you can't get up in there. Let's handicap the Bluegrass. We got 23 minutes.
yeah.
You gotta be quiet. Can't make it go red. Number 1, River Thames. Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz, Windstar Farm. Trying to just add to his total for Kentucky Derby points. Second in that Fountain of Youth behind Sovereignty. Other than that, really nothing wrong. $75,000 level of optional claimer. $70,000 level maidens. Both wins in there. Both doing it from the early speed. So this one's definitely going to get out early and be a pace scenario type horse in here for sure. 2, Render Judgment. Big long shot for Kenny McPeak, Sheldon Russell. 29-1. 3-year-old by Blame. Got its start at Keeneland. $100,000 maiden. Went second in there behind Built. And then kind of just fell apart going into the Jockey Club. Finished 5th. The Gunrunner 3rd. The Risen Star finished 8th. Virginia Derby, pretty much the best race that this horse has put together, but ran second to a really good American Promise. 3rd, Burnham Square. Another horse that was looking really good. Out of the Holy Bull, winning that Be Out to Pan Street and Burning Glory. Then goes into the Fountain of Youth and runs into Sovereignty, River Times, and Neoquist. One that's going to be running late for sure. So if we have some early speed, Burnham Square could be kind of dangerous in here. Going to be running late with Brian Hernandez and Ian Wilkes. Owen Almighty basically has enough points to make the Derby. Just kind of wanted to give it another race. It's kind of what they're thinking of in here for the Flying Dutchman racing. Brian Lynch, Jose Ortiz comes out of the Tampa Bay Derby. Beat out Chancellor McPatrick in there. Basically kicked away and then kind of drove away in that mile and 16th in Tampa. So one that looks really good, kind of comes back in here. Just another tune-up. Just wanted to give this horse one more race before the Derby, just so we weren't really coming off a big layoff. This one could easily go in here. 4-1, good money, good value. Workouts look pretty phenomenal as well. 5, East Avenue, 7-1 for Brendan Walsh, Luann Machado. Another one, Go Dolphin. Just absolutely disappointing since the Breeders' Futurity. Ran 9th in the Juvenile. 10th in the Risen Star. I just don't know if the horse wants this distance.
Look at this one though.
Has been working out really good. Pavel's mowing. The workouts look pretty good right now. And if the horse can get back to the buzz that this horse was getting, and we see him run a big race, he could get talked about for, Derby contention or being a really good horse on the Triple Crown Trail. Just not sure what has happened in his last 2 starts. They're going to try blinkers to see if that can maybe fix things. I don't know. This one's kind of interesting. Luann Machado gets back aboard this horse. He did ride this horse to its maiden win, so it's just a struggle because the big question mark around the horse right now, what happened in the Juvenile and the Risen Star? 6, Chancer, Mick Patrick. Flanagan Racing, Flavion Pratt, who has been blazing hot today. 4, Chad Brown. This one is by McKenzie. 9-5 currently favorite in here, comes out of the Tampa Bay Derby. Yes, was beat out by Owen Almighty, who ran probably his best race. The Breeders' Juvenile, again, just not firing that day. Same with East Avenue. Did pick up a nice win in the Champagne and the Hopeful, so has 2 Grade 1 victories under its belt so far. Both of them obviously up in New York. So we'll see what happens here. Another one that's probably going to be running a little late on the field. And a big long shot on the outside, another Brad Cox horse. Admiral Dennis, Manny Franco, by Constitution, 6 in the grade 2 Rebel. Really just kind of has been all over the place. Broke its maiden at the 119 level. Got a win at the $100,000 level optional claimer. The workouts kind of look pretty good. March 23rd and March 29th. Kind of pretty good on the day. Definitely going to have to run its best race again. And another one that's going to be running on the later side. All right, let's see. On the doubles, currently the 1 and the 6 taking your money. River Time and Chancellor McPatrick. Same thing for the pick 3. We got the 3 and the 4 taking some of that money. Burnham Square and Owen Almighty. Pick 4, again, Burnham Square. Here, the pick 5, money goes back to Owen Almighty with Rivertime and Chancellor McPatrick. East Avenue taking a little bit of play in the pick 5 outside of the 2 favorites. As well as the pick. Okay, pick 6. The 1 and the 6, 20,000 currently for the pick 6. Stat line, look at Equibase stat line. East Avenue kind of has the advantage right now with Brandon Walsh in the exacta 50%. Kind of a hot trainer right now, I believe in the last 10 days. 40% for Brandon Walsh. Brad Cox with Admiral Dennis at 34% in the exactas. Owen Almighty, 50% for trainer Brian Lynch in stakes races at Keeneland. So maybe take note of that too. Owen Almighty should run a big race again today. I'll be in there in a minute. I'll be in there in a minute. I got 13 minutes. Okay.
I got 13 minutes till I get there. I got 13 minutes.
And south. I mean, all over the place, with the exception of journalism. So I think that it might be a little bit better than what it looked visually, Scott. And I think he can get the mile in an eighth, but it's going to be a stiff test because of the presence of other pace in here.
I don't think that there's a question about Burnham Square getting the mile in an eighth. I really don't feel that way. He's the number 3 horse here for Ian Wilkes. He was very good in the Grade 3 Holy Bull. He just lacked a punch in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. That would be the biggest concern, but obviously the talent is there, but I don't think the distance is going to be an excuse here this afternoon.
So I thought he got a good setup in the Holy Bull. I was a little bit against him in the Fountain of Youth. I thought he got a good pace, closed, and he did beat Tappan Street in there, who would come back to win the Florida Derby, so that's a feather in the cap. But I thought he got a good setup, and then in his next start, he also got a good setup. Obviously, Sovereignty closed from off the pace, and he was hard-ridden throughout. He just looked lackluster and dull. He can bounce back. He very well could, Scott, but he does have a little bit of something to prove. Actually, he has nothing to prove. Look at where he started his career. He was in for a tag first time out, so he really has been an overachiever.
And then Chancer McPatrick, one of the top 2-year-olds from last year, won the Hopeful, won the Champagne, didn't quite fire in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but his comeback race was in the Tampa Bay Derby. He was making progress on Owen Almighty, who had gotten loose on him, but he's going to have plenty of pace here today to set things up for him as trainer Chad Brown looks for back-to-back wins in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, having won it a year ago with eventual champion 3-year-old Sierra Leone.
Yeah, he always seems to kind of send his better 3-year-olds to the Toyota Bluegrass each and every year in hopes of getting them to the Kentucky Derby. I know that he was 100% going into his last race. It was kind of a similar situation with Ballerina Dioro, his Oaks hopeful, when he got her going. Obviously, he missed some time with her, missed the ability to go to the Rachel Alexandra and kind of had to reroute. Now with Chancer McPatrick, he missed some time going into the Tampa Bay Derby, wasn't 100%. The speed scenario, pace scenario was against him, as well as the track. I would expect that he's going to take a huge step forward, but is it enough to win? I will see.
Well, it's go time today if he wants to get into the Kentucky Derby, and you can say that about a few of these horses in today's Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Less than 10 minutes away from our featured event, Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass.
All right, everybody. 5 minutes to post. Time for the parade.
Parading to the post for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Number 1 is River Thames, owned by the Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, CHC Incorporated, Kit Ing, Pantherfell Stable, Lynn Schleifer, Watchtel Stable, Adam Watchtel, Todd Pletcher Trains, and Irad Ortiz Jr. is the jockey. 2, Render Judgment, owned by Bakari Racing Stable LLC of Chris Bakari, Dream Walkin' Farms Incorporated of Tony Cobell and others, MJM Racing, Michael J. Maggin, Rocket Ship Racing of Brooke Smith, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Sheldon Russell. 3, Burnham Square, races for Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC of Janice Whittam, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 4, Owen Almighty, owned by Flying Dutchman of Travis Boersma, trained by Brian Lynch, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 5, East Avenue, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Luan Machado. 6, Chancer McPatrick, owned by Flanagan Racing of Sean Flanagan, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Flavian Pratt. And 7, Admiral Dennis, owned by the Albaugh Family Stables LLC of Dennis Albaugh, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Manny Franco. Post time, 3 minutes.
after
Smash the like button.
we saw from East Avenue, the Claiborne Breeders'
Leave your pick in the comments. What number you're picking.
spring for the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass, and East Avenue would be 6-1 with 3 minutes to post. What would you have said to me?
You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Look, if you've always liked him, today is the day that you need to bet him at this price. And if you're trying to find excuses, you can find legitimate excuses. Obviously, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, it's well documented. His stumble out of the starting gate, he was left with absolutely no hope after that, considering the way that Citizen Bull ran, going wire to wire in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And then he came back in the Risen Star, and I did think that he was kind of in a tough spot, chasing the pace that day. Magnitude ran a hole in the wind. It was just a weird race from start to finish. And talking to Brendan Walsh earlier today, I asked him, did he find an excuse? He said not really, but he will say that this horse is completely different coming back here to Keeneland. He's been back here for 2 weeks, and he said he's really thrived. And maybe that was it. Maybe he just didn't like Louisiana.
And I can tell you, after his dull performance in the Grade 2 Risen Star down at Fairgrounds, they have really picked up his workouts. He's as fit as a horse could possibly be. He's one of the prettiest horses you'll ever come across. So East Avenue at that number, can he rebound? He has to if he wants to earn a spot into the Kentucky Derby here with a performance in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. Good luck. 1 minute to post before our feature.
Again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe, leave a like, post your pick in the comments. What do you like for the Bluegrass? We got a $20 win play show on East Avenue. Somebody. Nice, Deegan. Good luck. He'll have to run back to his old ways for sure to run this field down. We're sticking with Chancer McPatrick over the 2. And I think we played over the 2 and the 5. And then we did the 1-6 exacta. Barnum Square, Owen Almighty, obviously, ton of respect. I just think Rivertime and Chancer McPatrick definitely coming in here a little bit better form. Do you like that they're trying the blinkers on East Avenue? That can make him really dangerous. Should be getting close to the gate. We're at 0 minutes post. I believe they're walking to the gate now. So, get your bets in. Nope, circling back to the gate.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and featured race, the 101st running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes, Grade 1.
Five is taking money. Money kind of came off the 4, went to the 5, who's down 9-2. Taking a little bit of play. 6 still the favorite, though. Chancer McPatrick.
Moving into line, race 10. River Timms takes his spot in the gate.
All right, folks. Here we go.
Judgment.
Grade 1 Bluegrass. Kentucky Derby points. Good luck.
Burnham Square.
Let's have a good break.
Owen Almighty.
6 should be closing. 1. Maybe the 4 should be out early on the lead. 2 could be a closer as well.
Chancer McPatrick. Admiral Dennis, the last one. Comes forward.
Horse look good.
They're at the post. And they're off at the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. There goes Owen Almighty. And East Avenue goes with him.
Wow.
Owen Almighty, East Avenue come right to the front as a team as they head down into the first turn. East Avenue from the outside moves up and is determined to have the lead. Clears now with the lead. Gets over to the rail, and East Avenue will guide the field around the first turn. Opens up by 3 lengths. Owen Almighty is second by 2.5 here early on with River Timms in third position. And is followed by Rendered Judgment against the rail in fourth, a half length. Chancer McPatrick fifth on his outside. Admiral Dennis is sixth, and Burnham Square last of the 7. Running 10 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter went in 22.95 seconds. East Avenue, the leader.
Nobody going to challenge him.
Lead, midpoint of the backstretch. Owen Almighty, second, 3/4 of a length. River Timms, third up on the outside. At a gap of 2 more lengths. Rendered Judgment is fourth by just a neck. Chancer McPatrick is still there with him in fifth. Followed by Admiral Dennis in sixth, and Burnham Square last of the 7. 46.95 seconds the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn they go. East Avenue the leader by 2 lengths. Owen Almighty is second by just over 2. And now River Timms picks up the chase from third. Rendered Judgment is fourth. Chancer McPatrick is 6 lengths off the lead in fifth. Burnham Square has to go wide from last. Around Admiral Dennis. They move for the top of the stretch. East Avenue, the lead now down to just 1 length. Owen Almighty is in second position off the turn. River Timms is in third. Burnham Square still has a lot of work to do. Moves out to the center of the racetrack. Coming into the final furlong. Owen Almighty challenging East Avenue. River Timms seeks to join them. Admiral Dennis runs late toward the rail. Burnham Square from the outside. They've got to get East Avenue. He's got the lead in deep stretch. He leads a length and a half. River Timms is still trying. Burnham Square unleashing a final try down to the wire. Burnham Square gets there. A last to first run in the Toyota Bluegrass under Brian Hernandez Jr.
Looked more like a photo. I didn't see the 3 get the bob.
Well, he laid back to make this big move around the turn as they straighten for home. Burnham Square coming with a lot of momentum. You've got to give East Avenue a lot of credit for what he did out on the front end. He digs back in the final 16th of a mile, but he starts to come back just slightly to Burnham Square, who takes advantage of coming over the top to take the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass.
Yeah, East Avenue
Did he get him?
set some pretty quick.
Oh, yeah, the
blocks
angle's
here,
terrible.
but So close in the end, and he
Terrible
tries to
angle.
come back, even on the wrong lead, approaching the finish line. But Burnham Square, with
3-5-1.
all the momentum, closing rapidly from last to first.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets.
All right, so another closer for the Kentucky Derby. Should be nothing but a field of closers. for sure for the Derby. I don't know what they're waiting on.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and featured race. Number 3, Burnham Square was first. Number 5, East Avenue second. Number 1, River Thames third. The 7, Admiral Dennis fourth. 3517 unofficial.
Wow. So that should put safely into the Kentucky Derby. Burnham Square. Big question mark going to be around if River Thames and East Avenue will have enough to make it in. Going to be close to see. We'll see when the new Derby leaderboard comes out. So that'll wrap up our live stream for today, Tuesday, for Keeneland and the Bluegrass Stakes. Thanks everyone for joining us, watching, wagering. We appreciate it. Make sure to go subscribe, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We'll be posting a new Kentucky Derby top 10 video shortly towards the end of the week, and then more live betting racing as we kind of gear up towards the Kentucky Derby. Thanks everyone. Have a great evening.